Yeah, I think it's LEDET, LTA, and LGB. Okay, thank you very much. Then we'll deal with LEDA later on. Let me welcome all of you and declare the meeting officially open. We have an agenda there where we have only 7 items to deal with. Before apologies, let me start with the introduction. We'll start with honorable members on our side, then honorable MEC, then over, it will be on you, then you will decide which one to start with for the introduction. So starting with myself here, honorable members and honorable MEC and your entourage, my name is Mapula Mokaba, the chairperson of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Chair MEC. Miss, the member of Portfolio Committee. Dumelang MEC and your team. Lucky Daily, Jemina Machomani, member of this committee.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, MEC and your team. My name is Wesley Maringa. I'm a committee member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Cooper, can you introduce yourself?
Thank you very much. My apology. Chairperson, committee members, MEC, our officials, and I'm Bella Cooper Mabuza, member of this portfolio committee. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Cooper. We have also Honorable Piedi. I think he just went out. Let me go straight to officials.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, Honorable MEC. My name is Marabim Kondeleli. I'm the committee coordinator for this portfolio committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, Honorable members and all present. My name is Tlar Machabapala. I'm a committee coordinator for this portfolio committee.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, Honorable members, colleagues and MEC. My name is Tupani J. Khwali, legal advisor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, honorable MEC, and the team. My name is Katshiro Neruheni, Portfolio Committee Researcher.
Good morning. My name is Carol Luano, Communication Services. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mawala Nichizive, Communication Services.
Good morning. Mangamli Edzani, IT.
Good morning. Malulegen Hluboko, MK Party Researcher.
Lefeles. Officials, Lefeles. Hello, Homujura Lefeles. No, thank you very much, honorable members. Before handing over to MEC, any apology from our side, Mkondeleni?
There is an apology from Honorable Smale. He's attending a meeting, the Minister of Public Works. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable MEC, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you and good morning to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Matibesh Tareke Baldwin, MEC LEDET. We will do the introduction. After that, I will deal with the apologies.
Good morning, Chairperson, MEC, board members and colleagues. My name is Mato Zeratu. I am the head of department for LEDET.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee, Portfolio Committee, as well as the Honorable MEC.
My name is Freddie Griever. I'm a board member of LTA.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable MEC. My name is Moses Ngoveni, the CEO of LTA. Thanks.
Good morning, Chairperson of the committee and members, Honorable MEC, colleagues. My name is Andrew Dipila, the Deputy Chairperson of Limpopo Gambling Board.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable MEC, Chairpersons of entities and colleagues. I'm Gregory Makoko, CEO of Limpopo Gambling Board.
Thanks,
Are trying to isha voice with you, ma. Kaya mga kamuro wodi leti sabi di michim biriri kama. Kaya kamuro hanya na kono kwa.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Honorable members, MEC, and board members of other entities. I'm Modile Bushielo, board member LTA. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, MEC, and all honorable members. I am Rendani Vumbi, and I'm a board member at LTA. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson of the committee and honorable members. Good morning, MEC and the team. My name is Marisela Pax Sebajani. I'm a member of the board of the LTA. Thanks.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson of the committee, members of the committee, MEC, and my colleagues. My name is Chris Litore, LTA.
Greeting to Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable MEC, and board members. My name is Majuta Mamakhali from the Department responsible for planning.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, Honorable MEC, and to the established protocol. My name is Gila Abed Kamani. I'm the DDG for Environmental Affairs and Tourism, and also the shareholder board representative at LTA. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members of the committee and the board members at the MEC. My name is Lo Maleka, Head of Corporate Services, LTA. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, Honorable MEC, HOD, CEOs and colleagues. I'm Diniko Malungani. I'm the Chief Director for Biodiversity and Conservation from LEDET. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, MEC, HOD. My name is Mafum Kosi. I'm a Chief Director for Integrated Environmental Management in LEDET. Thank you.
Morning, Chairperson, Honorable members, MEC, HOD, and all entities. I'm Mr. Machaka Matolejini, Acting Director, Corporate Services, LEDET.
Good morning, Chairperson of the committee and honorable members of the committee, honorable MEC, HOD, CEOs, board members. My name is Mojaji Magwela. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer for the Limpopo Tourism Agency.
Good morning, Chairperson, committee members, MEC. My name is Diniko Maduleke. I am from the Limpopo Tourism Agency.
Good morning, the Chairperson of our Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mukawa, and your collective committee members. Good morning, Honorable MEC, Dr. Matibe, and all members of the boards. My name is Kobla Salom Mahuka. I'm doing MEC support and parliamentary duties. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, honorable MEC, HOD, board members, CEOs, and colleagues. My name is Maria Masamola. I'm the Chief Director for Enterprise Development and Economic Empowerment at LEDET. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable Chairperson, committee members, honorable MEC, HOD, CEOs, and board members. My name is Chiditz Matrobo, Chief Director, Trade and Sector Development at LEDET. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable Chairperson and board members, honorable MEC and HOD. My name is Tonakela Mohani from Business Regulations in LEDET. Thank you.
Veteran. Good morning, Rondani Matavane, Limpopo Gambling Board, Senior Manager Compliance. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members,
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable MEC and colleagues. My name is Tikeli Mota, I'm the CFO of LEDET.
Okay. Now, thank you very much, Honorable MEC, and once more, you are welcome. Let me go back to the agenda. If I alluded before that we have only 7 items to deal with that I'm not going to go through. Can one honorable member adopt the agenda? Honorable Piedi.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to your good self, MEC and the entourage and all board members. I move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Piedi. Any seconder, Honorable Cooper?
Thank you once more, Chair. I'm seconding the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are on number 4, which is the resolution tracking of LEDET, LGB, and LTA. Over to you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much. And once again, good morning to you, Chairperson and honorable members, the HOD chairpersons of LTA, LGB, and board members that are present. We are going to start with the resolution tracking for LEDET, and then LTA, and then LGB. HOD will lead in terms of sub-delegation to various entities in terms of who will be presenting the resolution tracking.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. The resolution tracking as submitted. I'll start with the tracking for LEDET resolution, to be followed by LGB Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Gregory Makoko, and then lastly, Mr. Mos Ngoveni, the Chief Executive Officer of Limpopo Tourism Agency. In terms of the framework, LEDET is in page 19. The first one will have been LEDA, so LEDET is in page 19 in terms of the resolution for 26-27 APP and the budget cycle. So if I may start, the resolution was that 1, LEDET, the department should outline changes that it has made to the APP, but referring to LEDET and its entities. And our progress and response is that we have not made any changes to the APP, and so are our entities in terms of the APP for 26-27. 2, the department will provide progress report on specific project intervention to ensure that there are beneficiation and processing of raw materials from key sectors such as mining and agriculture in the province. In terms of the agro-processing, LEDA has got project, but it is also assisting the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development in terms of implementing or facilitating investments in the agro-processing projects under their RAVAC plan. And those that come into mind was the one, Haros, which is the processing of potato into yogurt that LEDA is handling. But in terms of pure fresh produce agricultural projects, then there is Liboho, Mo Abato and Mashashane Hatchery, which the portfolio committee through its visit is quite aware that they will want to undertake a process to terminate the contractor or operator who's there so that they get a new operator for both to support the value chain. Coming back to all the LEDA projects in terms of agriculture, the inherited projects around the Chivase Tea Estate and Chakuma Fresh Produce, those are the projects that warrant Section 54, and then those projects are in that process of Section 54 approval by LEDET and concurrent by Treasury. So those will be the projects in agriculture. In terms of mineral beneficiation, I think there's been an omission to indicate that as a result of the dearth of skills in terms of mining and mineral beneficiation, and in terms of the presidential pronouncement of May 2023, LEDET on behalf of the province is facilitating the establishment of Limpopo Mining and Mineral Beneficiation Academy through the establishment of the curriculum, which is a process which is almost done in partnership with the University of Johannesburg. And at a later stage, when we have already facilitated the building of the institution physically, then it will move there. So we have got those two work streams, one dealing with curriculum development led by the University of Johannesburg, which is almost done. It's at consultation phase, so that the first intake can be around January. Now, in terms of mineral beneficiation, which is also an LDP priority, various projects that will have been an input in terms of the raw material contribution under corridor mining resources, they have not yet started the mining because it is at investment stage. But however, in terms of associate investments, there are several which we are collating that at some stage will report about the mineral beneficiation activities in Limpopo in terms of the targets set by the LDP. 3, the department should provide updated report to support previously disadvantaged group, including women, youth, and people with disabilities. And it is our report that a total of 376 local entrepreneurs were supported, of which 154 were women, 116 were youth, and 5 for people with disability, and 28 military veterans during the reporting period. There is an outreach program which is ongoing in terms of making sure that there is an awareness by these targeted groups around the opportunities that exist within LEDET group as well as economic cluster, and also assisting them in terms of access to central supplier database for registration, and then certainly using this as a source in terms of ensuring that where we do not meet the target voluntarily, we have means to do that. And this implementation continues for the whole year around. 4, in terms of the procurement for business owned by people with previous disadvantaged groups, there should be continuous support for all groups and reasons should be provided for excluding businesses owned by military veterans. And as per the earlier report, we continue to do that, but it is not perfect. Of course, in consultation with institutions and associations organizing the targeted groups, will want to increase the support by government. The larger proportion of the support will be in non-financial support that will come from LEDA, given that there was no allocation. But in terms of the general procurement, it is something that is targeted that we try to achieve in terms of compliance, as you will see in our report of the fourth quarter report. 5, the department should provide progress report on the commercialization and refurbishment of state-owned reserves for the financial year onward. We had reported this before, that our attempt to use the PP toolkit to get the commercialization going got to a halt, because the earlier process in which we wanted to do it through the transaction advisor, we stopped that bit. We are now developing or finalizing the strategy on commercialization. It will be on approval stage in this quarter, which is quarter 2. It will define the reserves that are prioritized for commercialization and the aspects of commercialization, because the government should continue to take the responsibility for regulation of flora and fauna, whereas the hospitality activities and investment can be the one that we will make a call for those who are interested, so that firstly we can be able to ameliorate the challenges of funding, because the funding has never been adequate from Treasury, that the private sector can continue to fund that. But secondly, in terms of just the profitability of these places as the tourism space, I think it would be enhanced by that process. So we look forward that such a strategy, upon approval, we can be able to share with the portfolio committee. In terms of the infrastructure, on the same is that the department was given funding from the provincial treasury. In 25-26, the department received 40 million for infrastructure upgrades at Masebe, Ngwanedi, Linyala, Volbeck, and Nels Flame for implementation through our agreement with DBSA. And as per the plan of government, because of the shortage of resources, we are moving with Treasury to identify and move in to do the whole infrastructure per reserve. And I'll give an example of Nels Flare, which is almost complete in terms of the infrastructure and the new chalets. And the only thing that perhaps are still left is the accommodation for employees and other smaller facilities. But it is the reserve that we can be able to showcase that the efforts of government funding, if they are well directed, they could produce a facility which can compete with that of private sector. And to that extent, it has become an overflow if people cannot find accommodation in the nearby resorts, Fumani, and the other bigger ones that are around. LEDET should provide clarity on how they will handle the issue of foreign-owned businesses, as well as illegal businesses. We had already started these joint operations with law enforcement agencies and Home Affairs when we were dealing with the registration of the spaza shops. We now continue in terms of joint operations with the same institution to look at all other businesses because it is still the responsibility, even though we have assigned the function of business registration to municipalities, but LEDET still continue to manage the register of businesses and monitor the implementation of Limpopo Business Registration Act. Municipalities do the registration, but also at a national level, there are development, of course, in terms of the new business licensing bill that will look at all other areas around business registration, the conduct, as well as what you call privileging local businesses for support. And that bill is a Section 76 bill, which is the preserve of both the provincial and national parliament. So when it's completed by DSBD or during consultation, it will come to the legislature. And of course, through our portfolio committee, we will be required to make input in that. But what it will do, it will talk about the support that comes from national, provincial, and local government in terms of the bylaws, so that there are standards, so that when you want to register, the same kinds of the requirements for permits are the same for all municipalities. 7, the department should implement a targeted program to empower and capacitate businesses to ensure that they meet the selection criteria for financial and non-financial support. And we continue to do that. And there is a report around collaboration with business in terms of the business in a box, Farmers' Day, Expo, among other initiatives to ensure that we empower businesses to understand the undertakings in terms of business support, and do referrals where we do not have funding to national development financial institutions that have got locations standing in Limpopo. 8, LEDET should indicate the measures it intends to implement on job creation over the next 5 years. Our own definition about job creation will include direct jobs that are created by LEDET, indirect jobs that are created by those that we do business with by association, and induced job in terms of the beneficiary in the larger community. And as a result, LEDET coordinate job creation across the department and entities, and that report can be sent as it tracks the number of jobs that are created quarter on quarter by LEDET and entities in terms of categories, including targeted groups. 9, the department should develop and implement measures to address illegal sand mining and the proliferation of business. On 2 occasions here at the portfolio committee, there has been agreement that LEDET and DMPR should be able to do some workshops. Firstly, to come and do information session in terms of the competencies of legislative frameworks and the support required to the portfolio committee before it embarks on addressing these issues in the communities. And I know that this is an area in which we are laggard in terms of our undertaking with the regional office of the Department of Petroleum and Mineral Resources. Is an area which we are going to fast track in this quarter so that these undertakings are made, because despite just pure national initiatives in terms of law enforcement agencies to combat illegal sand mining, there is an opportunities that not all this can you just categorize them as pure illegal, but there are others who are honest business makers who might not just know the legislations on the required processes, that if you nurture them properly, they can register their businesses and are registered as proper miners. 9, the department should develop and implement, oh no, I've already read that. 10, CMR should develop a strategy to resolve conflict between the 2 traditional leaders in the area around Tsepo. With your permission, let me read the progress that is there. But I can move on to say that it is not resolved entirely. It's an ongoing process by Tshepong, but during the course of the next session with LEDA, I'm sure we can corroborate the current state beyond the earlier engagements between traditional leaders. 11, the department should provide an update on plans to revive operations in Fumani mine and indicate the progress made regarding the appointment of a securing of an investor. In terms of the capital raising process, there is a preferred bidder for Fumani, for gold mining. There's been an appointment, and the winning bidder or contractor through contract mining is building facilities so that he can process stage-wise from the dumps and make a plan for underground mining in future. But the process, as alluded to in the resolution, has been completed. Given the availability of vacant space at Sishiwu Industrial Park, the department should indicate measures being taken to attract major investors and businesses such as Telkom and explore opportunities for collaboration for Limpopo connection. One area where there's been a development is that the Department of LEDET received or applied for funding through the DTIC of critical infrastructure last year, and we received 49 million, of which 19 million was used for the development of the digital hub for entrepreneurs in the innovative space. Those factories are completed. The digital hub is completed. We are now at a stage of procuring furniture so that it can be opened and operationalized. So that is one area in which we have used funding that will have meant for purely industrial hubs to also use it for the advancement of area where we've got weakness and we don't have funding. And we continue to apply for this fund, except that there are limitations that out of the 1 billion that the national government set aside, a province can be given 50 million at a time per year. And it is not enough for our industrial park, 5 of them, given that over the years there's been infrastructure decay. But at the same time, through our benchmarking with the MEGA, a similar institution like LEDA in Mpumalanga, there are certain incentives that have been put into place so that investors don't only have to depend on the establishment or building of the infrastructure or factories from the owner, in this case LEDA. If an investor has got an appetite for building his or her own factory, the only thing we could do out of our 5 parks, we could give them space. That is the first thing. Then LEDA board has also introduced a policy which give rental holiday for a period of 6 months to an investor who's willing, who's ready, but might not have cash flow to pay for the rent. And that continue to be implemented. One thing that I think we could see if there is success of this is when we report around the activities around the digital hub, as well as the refurbishments that are ongoing. But if LEDA was fully funded, a bigger portion of it will have been to refurbish these hubs. But given the challenges of funding, it becomes difficult except to wait for the critical infrastructure from national government. But certainly through MINMEC, the MEC also got the funding from the Department of Small Business Development so that we can complement the DTIC, we can complement what LEDA could not provide because we have only started with Sishiwu and Gongwa for 2 phases. Thoyando will start for the first phase, and part of it we are refurbishing the jewelry processing hub in Sishiu, which is in the park. In terms of the Limpopo connection, we don't have a strategic partner at the moment. They are living off LEDA. Despite trying to get a partner for 3 years. But I think our motivation is that something that will have been difficult to do in the past, it might be quite possible because there is now a new SITA board which is very willing to engage the province in terms of what it will have termed the violation of the SITA Act when you started this program under Limpopo Connection. So if they open up the space, it will be very, very easy for government to be able to connect to Limpopo Connection, thereby bringing revenue. And the Honorable MEC is trying to arrange for meeting with the Minister of Communication and Digital Technology and the SITA board in that regard. The department is in collaboration with relevant authorities should conduct inspection at hospital restaurants to ensure compliance with labor migration legislation, particularly relating to the employment of foreign national. And I had already indicated that in terms of joint efforts, multidisciplinary, interprovincial, interdepartmentally, that is ongoing. 16, LEDET should engage with traditional leaders regarding the accommodation of migrants from other provinces and foreign nationals in Limpopo with the view of promoting coordinated migration management. This is being done together with Coxstar on 2 occasions during the Premier and the Executive Council meeting with the traditional leaders. These matters are raised so that the traditional leaders can be quite aware in terms of how these things could have been mishandled. And in that regard, that the department and other entities in partnership or in concert can do joint operations to combat the undertaking of trading spaces by illegal foreigners. 17 and last, the department should identify and address existing gaps within the SMME support component to ensure small, medium, and micro enterprises adequately. So through the provision of the national and provincial policy framework to support MSMEs and cooperative and in general entrepreneurship and enterprise development, we are implementing programs for the Department of LEDET and entities. We also coordinate the support measure within the economic cluster so that when we report around the activities of the support for entrepreneurship and enterprise development, we report wholly, including the activities of national department and entities. I will stop there and hand over to Mr. Ngobeni for LTA.
Thanks very much, HOD, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable MEC, the Chair of LTA, and members of the board. I will start from page 47. And we have got 11 questions. The first one, it says the entity should ensure that measures are in place to enhance and maintain the clean audit outcome, update the committee every quarter. The response is that the department has strengthened internal controls and enhanced the 2026 AFS preparation process to support a submission free from material misstatements. The clean audit strategy continues to guide efforts to maintain a clean audit outcome and reduce findings from the 2024-2025 audit cycle. Progress on AFS preparation and implementation of corrective measures will be reported to the committee on quarterly basis. Question number 2 says the entity should continue to prioritize its mandate and attract tourists from domestic and international markets into Limpopo to enhance economic growth, The response: the entity plans to roll out marketing activities that will attract tourists from domestic and international markets, and this will be driven by the destination marketing strategy, which we have also attached as Annexure A. Question 3, the entity should provide clear plans for how the Tourism Thursdays will be implemented, monitored, and assessed for impact. A clear plan has been developed for the implementation of the Tourism Thursdays campaign to create tourism awareness, and we also annexed it as Annexure B. Question number 4, the entity should continue to have practical plans that are monitored to ensure local cooperatives and SMME owned by blacks, women, youth, and persons living with disabilities benefit from procurement, and there should be appropriate allocation for persons with disability. The response is that the entity continues to prioritize procurement spending towards designated groups such as women, youth, and people living with disabilities, and military veterans owned enterprises in line with the 2030 Limpopo procurement strategy. Question number 5, the entity should continue to develop and monitor measures to improve both domestic and international tourist arrivals. A clear plan should be developed and be implemented with focus on increasing tourist spending in the province. The response: measures are in place as part of the 2026-2027 APP to improve domestic and international tourist arrivals. Please see attached destination marketing strategy referred to as Annexure A. Question number 7, detailed plans should be provided indicating how the different destination marketing and trade promotion platforms will be utilized to have impact on the attraction of tourists, improvement of the tourism sector in the province, and the contribution to the economy of the province. The response: the detailed reviewed destination marketing strategy separated clearly the key source markets for the different portfolios for economic growth of the province. And that is the same strategy. It deals with issues of investment, issues of trade promotions, and also the generic destination marketing to enhance tourism, and the strategy has been attached. Number 8, report should be provided to the committee indicating the impact of the tourist destination marketing and trade and investment promotion platforms. The entity plans to promote Limpopo as a tourism and investment destination as part of the 26-27 APP. The impact of the tourism promotion efforts are outlined in the attached report referred to as Annexure E. And as the members know, we also form part of the team that promotes the hosting of the annual Limpopo Investment Conference as coordinated by LEDET. Number 9, LTA should fill the funded vacant posts before the end of the first quarter of 26-27 to minimize capacity limitation in service delivery. The entity has a total of 8 funded posts in the recruitment plan for 26-27 to date. 1 position has been filled, 3 advertised and anticipated to be filled by August 2026. The other 4 positions were recently graded and anticipated to be filled by September 2026. So we had to get the approval from the PPMC and then take them for grading after it has been approved. And now that process has been done. So implementation, we anticipate that all the positions will be filled by September 2026. The LTA should continue, number 10, to market the state-owned nature reserves as tourism destinations in the province. The targeted resorts should be identified and quarterly progress should be provided. The response LTA has reviewed its destination marketing strategy as indicated above and commenced with its implementation. See Annex C, that also detail what are the plans to market the Limpopo wildlife resorts. Question 11, which is the last one. The entity should develop and implement a clear action plan for implementation of the Tourism BEE Charter to ensure transformation in the industry. Quarterly progress reports should be provided. The response, the entity participates at the Tourism BEE Forum, which has been established by the minister at the national level, but quarterly we meet and look at all those targets in terms of implementation. The provincial targets also have been shared with LEDET, and LEDET is the custodian that also marshal all of us to ensure that we implement all the targets that have been set for the province. Thanks very much, HOD, Honorable MEC, and Chairperson and members of the committee.
Mr. Makoko.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable MEC, chairpersons of entities, and colleagues. I'll read the progress on the resolutions of Limpopo Gambling Board, starting from page, I don't know, from that side, this should be page 20. From my side is page 19. But the first issue was in terms of that LGB should provide progress on the promulgation of implementation of the regulations in the province, as well as the implications. So in terms of this particular matter, we have provided the committee with a detailed report regarding the progress in terms of how we are dealing with the regulations, but also the bill. Where we are is that Provincial Treasury is trying to develop a money bill to actually address some of the issues that have been raised by the Constitutional Court in terms of the matter that is coming from Northwest, which the matter came from the Casino Association, wherein the decision was that the money bill should actually be developed by the provincial treasuries rather than the gambling boards in terms of dealing with the issue of the levies and the regulation. So as Limpopo Gambling Board, we are working with LEDET, Office of the Premier, and Treasury in terms of dealing with the money bill, which Treasury will then be able to present to legislature in terms of the process. The plan was that it was supposed to have been done during the budget speech, but that has been shifted. Possibly it might be during the budget adjustment, but that is where they are in terms of the process. So the annex is actually outlining the processes and where we are, and the task team that has been established by Provincial Treasury to deal with the issue of the money bill. But on the side of the regulations, LEDET, Office of the Premier, they are done. They're just waiting for Treasury to deal with the money bill so that those could then be presented simultaneously at the legislature through the portfolio committee. In terms of question 2 relating to triple BEE, on this one, licenses are monitored regularly. And with the reports that we then present the reports of the Compliance and Enforcement Committee in terms of assessing whether the licenses are complying with the Triple BEE Act, and also checking where there's non-compliance, then they actually caution to make sure that they comply with the conditions, because those are some of the license conditions that when they get licenses, Triple B compliance is one of the license conditions that we expect them to comply. In terms of ownership, That is question 3, is also part of the license conditions that is actually being monitored, is part of the BBB reports that are presented to Compliance and Enforcement Committee on quarterly basis. On resolution 4, that is on the transformation. On this one is about LGB should ensure that there's transformation all operators as enrolled have license that can towards employment previously disadvantaged, but also ensure that we implement responsible gambling campaigns. So in our response, we're indicating that transformation matters are included in the license conditions of the licenses and are monitored regularly by Compliance and Enforcement Committee and the board. Responsible gambling campaigns are also held regularly to create awareness amongst the public as per the APP targets. And in terms of responsible gambling and legal campaigns, we went also to indicate that we have conducted these campaigns through various programs, including the various platforms that are provided through the Premier Service Delivery Week programs, Freedom Day celebration, but also Watubela awareness program campaigns that are held in different districts. The SASA outreach program where we are targeting older people, but also during the Youth Month and Youth Days commemorations, and also some of the events that we actually held in the public schools, but also we targeted the mining operations in terms of the campaigns. And we've also included the number of people that we've actually reached during that particular period, about 1,179 members of the public through these particular engagements. On the resolution 5 on partnerships with relevant entities such as NPA, SARS, SAPS, and others, that we should maintain that. We are reporting that as Limpopo Gambling Board, we serve on various enforcement forums aimed at combating illegal gambling and also strengthening stakeholder collaboration. These forums include National Law Enforcement Forum, led by the National Gambling Board, the National Enforcement Task Team, led by the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, the Limpopo Provincial Priority Committee on Gambling, the Limpopo Provincial Justice Crime Prevention and Security Cluster, Community Stakeholder Consultative Forum facilitated by Polokwane Local Municipality, and also Chilabusigu Court and Case Management, Flow Management, as part of ensuring that our law enforcement agencies, public prosecution, NPA are aware of the cases that we're dealing with. And in terms of other matters, we have also worked with the SAPS and NPA and Home Affairs in various joint operations, which were conducted in Musina, Falvata, Bulubedu, Otokwa, Saselemane, Gilead, Westenberg, Mangweng, Matlala, Skukune, Polokwane, Mpepu, Villanora, Begersfort, and Belabela, which resulted in 73 individuals that were arrested, but also resulted in the confiscation of 78 illegal gambling machines and the seizure of about 17 computers that were used for illegal online gambling. And in terms of the convictions, we managed to actually convict or have 2 accused that were convicted in Hoedspruit Magistrate Court, and those 2 actually foreign nationals, and once they've served their term, they will then be deported to the countries of their origin in terms of the court, outcome. In terms of appropriate legal instrument or regulation should be introduced to ensure that illegal gambling operators and gamblers are deterred. In terms of our response, we are saying we've got adequate legislation that we have actually referred to in terms of Section 70 of the Limpopo Gambling Act, but also the issue in terms of the enforcement of penalties. And what is required is for us to make sure that working with law enforcement agencies, we're able to enforce those particular penalties that will ensure that we deter some of these illegal operators. But also we are working with the National Gambling Board in terms of assisting us to block some of the illegal online websites. They have recently had the brief in terms of targeting people who can assist the National Gambling Board will then assist all the provinces with regard to blocking all the illegal online websites so that we're able to reduce incidences of illegal operators in the province and also in the country. With regard to the issue of the budget, that the entity should liaise with provincial treasurer and LEDET to ensure that allocated funds are adequate to fulfill its mandate and meet the demands of the economy. On this one, we're indicating that the entity has initiated engagement with LEDET and provincial treasury for the review of the budget baseline, because every year we've got that particular shortage as we start with the financial year. And LEDET has actually also motivated for additional allocation through the retention of surplus revenue, which was approved by provincial treasury in the previous financial year, and obviously will also be submitting another one for 26-27 based on the budget challenges. But we've already engaged treasury, which will be having a bilateral meeting scheduled for the second quarter to review our budget, but also during budget bilateral meetings. So we are hoping that treasury, with the support from LEDET, they'll be able to reconsider and review our baseline budget, because that creates a challenge every year when we're supposed to plan some of the programs that we have to rely on applying for retention of surplus revenue. In terms of Resolution 8, on this one, we're indicating that the request for license application, the consideration of license application is done in accordance with Section 33 of the Limpopo Gambling Act and the provision of National Gambling Act. That is to address the issue of proliferation of gambling in the province. Hence, we also conducted the socio-economic impact study to check whether we don't have any impact or issues with regard to the proliferation of gambling in the province. And in terms of the Resolution 9, that report should be provided on all 63 non-operational license sites. We've actually indicated here that the following is an outline of unoperational sites and how they will be operationalized. So the first one was the one of Galaxy Bingo, which was closed in Bochum, that the licensee indicated the reasons that why they've closed is because of poor financial management, but they intend to relocate the site to one of the areas within Capricorn, so we are still waiting for that particular application. And for the 4 total site licenses are close to poor financial performance as well, and the operator is trying to look at other possible suitable locations where they can reopen. And that also includes the LPM sites that are mostly affected by the one of the reasons is death of the owners, but also relocation, but also the renovations where they were actually operating. And then the bookmaker sites also is more about poor financial performance, but also non-renewal of lease agreements in some of the sites where they've actually requested to operate, and they're looking at other sites where they can actually be able to operate. And in terms of the other matters, the 1 on 10, it relates to the capacity challenges within law enforcement. So in terms of our progress or the response, we're indicating that the manager for law enforcement was appointed and is acting in the position of senior manager law enforcement. And we're in the process of getting concurrence from provincial treasury. Once we finalize the process of job evaluation with regard to the new organizational structure, but we've also, in terms of the new structure, added a position of a specialist to deal with cybercrime within the law enforcement unit, to deal with the issue around the illegal online gambling, but other matters in terms of the illegal gambling that are more cybercrime related in terms of affecting our operations as the Limpopo Gambling Board. On the last one, that the entity should provide action plan every quarter on how it will address challenges and explore opportunities that are presented by increasing online gambling and technological developments. In our case, I think we're indicating that as an entity, together with other regulators, that is other provinces, and the National Gambling Board, we're engaging with the DTIC to actually review the current legislation. Because as it is now, the interactive gambling is regarded as illegal in the country, but through the National Policy Council, which our MEC is part of that, they are busy reviewing the current legislation to make sure that interactive gambling is actually legalized in the country. But what we are also doing as a gambling board is to say we focus on online betting, and we believe that, as based on the study that was actually conducted, We'll then be able to issue additional bookmaker licenses that will be online betting, in terms of ensuring that we deal with the technological developments. As most of our stakeholders or pandas now are going online in terms of the gambling operations. Hence, there's a decline in terms of revenue at the casinos, the bingos, LPMs, because majority of the people who still entertain themselves in gambling are focusing, or they prefer online sport betting rather than the traditional way of mode of gambling. That's all, Honorable MEC. HOD, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. With your indulgence, if we can present also the fourth quarter.
No, thank you. We can
for
continue.
each entity, so
Yeah,
that we
yeah.
deal with it.
That will be fine.
Yeah, HOD.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable MEC. The fourth quarter reports will be presented as follows. LEDET will be presented by DDG Gliabesi Tlowani, and for the entities LTA and LGB by the respective CEOs. DDG.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, HOD, and thank you, Chair, once again. Greetings to you, honorable members, honorable MEC, my board chairpersons, board members, and the HOD and the colleagues. I will be presenting the fourth quarter report as indicated by the HOD. We can move to slide number 3, which gives us an overview of what the economic performance for the province has been for the fourth quarter that we are tabling. It's safe to remind the members of the committee that in 2024, we were on a positive trajectory of 0.9% growth, which was recorded as the highest amongst the provinces and which was also above the national average. And the key sectors that contributed to this positive growth at that time included energy, transport, general movement services, agriculture, and construction. With the overall national GDP growth in 2025 sitting at 1.1%, as a province, there is optimal positive expectation that we will experience an expanded economical growth in line with the national trends in the year 2025 going forward. The next slide. The next slide, Honorable Chair and members, provides a report of what the performance has been for the fourth quarter in terms of the unemployment numbers. In the fourth quarter for 2024-25 as a province, we recorded an unemployment rate of 28.2%, which is a decrease of 1% from the 29.8% which we had in quarter 3 of 2025. This unemployment has been declining also below the national average rate. I think currently at the national average rate, we are sitting at 32.7, and at the fourth quarter of 2025, we're sitting at 32. So with the province currently hovering around 29%, we are still below the national average. And the labor market also shows that there has been a significant number of the people that are moving from a category of being unemployed to becoming the discouraged job seekers. The next slide. With regards to the employment performance, Honorable Chair and members, the job gains versus the losses per the sector, for the quarter that we are reporting as a province, we experienced a decrease from approximately 1.55 members that are employed to 1.552, which indicates that we had job losses to around 3,000 people in the province. And what are the sectors that have experienced these significant job losses? As you will see on the graph below, the critical ones being the red on the left has been agriculture, manufacturing, and construction, and the ones that are still showing positive growth towards trajectory are finance, utilities, and transport sectors. The next slide. Getting into the performance for 2025-2026 for the quarter that we are reporting on, starting with Program 1, which is our corporate services, our finance and IT. In terms of the invoice, the indicator that relates to the payment of the invoices, we are expected to pay 100%, which is an efficiency indicator for us. For the quarter under review, we have performed at 99.9%. And the value of the invoices, the rent value of the invoices that we have paid about 1,348 invoices instead of 1,350. So we have got 2 invoices that we could not process accordingly. The rent value in terms of that number of 1,350 invoices equates to the 741,280 on the right. The second indicator, which is women-owned businesses supported for the quarter under review, we are expected to be at 10%, and we exceeded the performance with 43.4%, and the number of businesses that were supported owned by women is 69, and the rent value also is equated to what was the rent value to those number of businesses that were able to see an appointment from the business of the department. The third sector that we are reporting under is the youth-owned businesses that are supported. The target for the quarter under review is 5. We performed at 22% for the 22.4%, which equates to 41 businesses, and the rent value is also equated on the last column. The areas under performance for quarter 1 chair and members of the committee is under the people with disability, the owned businesses for procurement. We were expected to be at 2%. We only did 0.15, which equates to 4 businesses, and that is the rent value to the amount of those businesses. The support for the military veterans, we were expected to perform at 1%. There was no positive performance. And the females at SMS level, we are expected to be at 50%. We are currently sitting at 43.9%, of which on the total establishment, we've got 41 posts for SMS members. We are currently 18 as the female members, and the employed persons with disabilities, it's sitting, the target for the quarter was 2%, and the performance for the fourth quarter was 1.6%. which was then 14 of the 862. Let's move to the next slide. The reasons why we have underachieved for those areas under Program 1 in the 5 targets are as follows. On the payment for invoices, there was a human error in the capturing dates, and the corrective measure that is being put in place by the Finance Division is to strengthen the processes by the supervisor before effecting the payments on the system. On the percentage of the SMS of the females at the SMS level, we have been very slow as a department on the recruitment processes, but we can give assurance now to the committee that we have our recruitment plan for 2026-2027 approved by Provincial Treasury, and we've got, I think, 2 circulars that they have been advertised and closed, and through the corporate services, we are currently on the recruitment processes, and we are confident that in the subsequent quarters of quarter 2, quarter 3 in this financial year, we will see positive improvement in this indicator. The percentage of employed persons with disability, we have been having a slow response rate for the applications of those that are afforded opportunities, and the corrective measure is to ensure that we collaborate with the organizations that are representing this designated group. And with the peoples with disability as well for the businesses in terms of procurement budget, also we have less businesses that are owned by this designated group responding to the RFQs. So the department will continue to provide capacity building and interventions for both the persons with disability and the military veterans. And these are sessions that as a department, we also collaborate with the Provincial Department of Treasury, because as the Treasury Department in the province, they are doing these quarterly sessions, and we make sure that as a department, we participate in those sessions to also share the type of commodities that we provide as a department so that these designated groups are able to improve in that area. Let's move to the next slide. In Program 2, which is Economic Development, the first indicator on the number of businesses inspected for compliance in line with the Liquor Act, we had a target of 2,000. For the quarter, we have performed 2,445. And for the businesses that are inspected for compliance, we had a target of 50. We have performed 840. And the businesses registered, we had a target of 25. We performed at 75. And with the consumer rights complaints that are finalized, which is an efficiency indicator as well, we had done all the complaints that we received, which were 15 of the 15. And the consumer education awareness campaigns that were conducted, we had a target of 50. We performed at 58. And the companies that are supported through KZN and turnaround solution and productivity and competitiveness programs, we had a target of 15. We achieved 30. And the rent value for foreign direct investment that we had facilitated, our target was 120 and we realized 170. The areas of non-achievement for Program 2 relates to the job opportunities that are facilitated. We had a target of 50. We were able to perform at 40. And the new liquor license applications, as an efficiency target, we were expected to finalize the applications that were received at the quarter. We were standing at 32. We were able to finalize 28. Let's move into the next slide that will provide the reasons why we have underachieved in those two areas. The job opportunities, we have observed that the appointment of the managers by the licensed liquor outlets could not be predetermined, and therefore, as much as we have underachieved chair and members, the overall target for the year we have exceeded by 100. This was only underachievement for the quarter under review, which was quarter 4. The approval of the new liquor license applications by the department, those numbers that we could not finalize, those were the number of the applicants. At the time of the review, they did not meet the required standards, and therefore they are sent back to submit the outstanding information, and in the subsequent quarters, they will be evaluated and they will be counted amongst those that will record the performance. Moving the next slide to Program 3, which is Environmental Affairs. Our first indicator that we are reporting on is the processing of our environmental impact applications, which is also an efficiency indicator. We received 56. We processed all of them that we have received. The compliance inspections for the regulated community, we had a target of 70. We did 76. And for administrative enforcement notices that are issued for non-compliance, we had 10. And the actual notices that we issued 21, and the criminal cases that we hand over to NPA for prosecution for those that are not complying, we had a target of 1, but we managed to get the investigations finalized and we were able to hand over 2 cases for prosecution. And the biodiversity management permits that are issued, it's also an efficiency indicator. We had a target of 100%. We were able to issue 3,532 of all the applications that were received. On the land under conservation, our target was 5,000 hectares. We were able to realize a performance of 9,928 hectares. The numbers that come after the comma are more the odds. And the state areas that are managed under protected areas that fulfill the management effectiveness tracking tool score of above 67%, our target was 1%. We exceeded to have a target of 3%. With a target of 1%, it will mean that we should have managed the effectiveness at 2,609, and with the actual percent of 3%, we are sitting at 7,930. The legislative tools that are developed, we had a target of 1. We achieved 2 with the integrated waste management plans that we support the municipalities around waste management. With the job opportunities created under an EPWP, our target for the quarter was 150. We exceeded with 621 because under this quarter for review, we were implementing the disaster flood projects that we received funding from the provincial treasury to address those fatalities or infrastructure damages that we experienced in our reserves. The 4th program for reporting and the performance is Program 4 for tourism. We've got a target that speaks to the tourist guides that are registered. Our target for Q4 is 200. We managed to register 233. And the compliance inspections that we conduct, we had a target of 2. We managed to achieve with 2. The awareness programs that we facilitate, we had a target of 1. We achieved, together with the capacity buildings, with a target of 1, which we achieved. The one target, Honorable Chair and members, that we did not perform well under Program 4 is on the community-owned tourism project initiatives that we are supporting. We had a target for the 5 community-owned projects that we needed to support with the signage development onto the products that they have. We were unable to complete that exercise because of the shortage of budget, but also with the procurement of supply chain that we are struggling with the relevant contractors that are able to do this work for us. The corrective measure that we are putting in place for this financial year to make sure that we do not find ourselves in the same situation going forward, we have developed a project plan, and in that project plan, we are putting together a panel of contractors that will assist us then to implement this project with the funds that we have submitted for bidding from Treasury. Let's move to the next slide. It will be a comparison of what the performance has been quarter on quarter for the financial year 25-26. With Q1, Honorable Chair and members, we were sitting at 88%, and Q2, we went down at 84%, Q3, we went up at 91%, and unfortunately, we concluded the quarter at 86%. This has been fluctuating, and this, for the Q4 performance, it represents a decline of that 4%, which we have seen from 91 to 86. The one program that has been consistent in achieving all the targets throughout the financial year has been Program 3. The last slide, Chair and members, it relates to the performance on the budget for the Q4. According to the 4 programs, administration spent 96.3%, economic development spent 99.6%, environmental affairs spent 90.6%, tourism spent 91%, which led us to a total percentage for the year under review to be at 96.5%. Per economic classification for compensation of employees, which is the HR part, we spent 98.9%. Our goods and services, we spent 84%, which we also had the commitments of 13.9. With the commitments, Honorable Chair and members, it means that we had services that were committed that were not yet delivered, and we could not realize the payments, and hence that this the commitment to the value of that. And with the rent on land, this is where we pay the conservation levies to those communities that we've got co-management agreements with. We have made that payment that gave us a percentage of 97.9%. The transfers and subsidies, these are the transfers that we do to our public entities, LEDA, LGB, and LTA. We have recorded 99.7%. We had a commitment of 55,000 at the year end, and the payment of the capital assets. This is where our machinery and equipment budget is sitting, Chair and members, including the infrastructure budget that the HOD alluded to. We were able to spend 84% with a commitment of 635,575, and the payment on the financial assets, we spent 97.9. The overall budget in terms of what we were allocated with the original budget of 2.2 billion, it was adjusted downward during adjustments, and we were left with the budget of 2 billion. We have realized the expenditure of 96.5 as at the end of Q4 of 2025-2026, with a commitment value sitting at 14,617,017. Thank you, Chair. I submit on behalf of the Honorable MEC and the HOD the Q4 performance report for the department.
Thanks very much, Honorable MEC. We'll move to the LTA presentation. Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Chairperson of the committee, the honorable members, the Chairperson of LTA, who today gave me the opportunity to make the presentation. As you can see on this slide, it's written his name. I'm the CEO, and I'll take you through the slides. We can move to slide number 2, which just gives the table of contents. It's just the overview of the entity and then go straight to the fourth quarter performance. If we can move to slide number 1, we'll just give the overview of how the entity is established in terms of the Act. And we move to the next slide, the overview of the entity in terms of the programs. We've got 5 programs as an entity. Program 1 in the CEO, Corporate Services, Financial Management, Integrated Destination Marketing, and Destination Investment and Trade Promotions. In terms of Program 1, during the period under review, we had 2 targets of stakeholder engagement that helps us in terms of fulfilling the mandate of the entity, which were fully realized. We can move to the next one. In terms of the second program of corporate services, we had a target of 5 annual deliverables or indicators, and we, under the period under review, we had only 1 target, which was realized in the previous quarters. So we had to deal with the issue of the cybercrime even before the planned time because of what has happened in the entity, to make sure that we are not defrauded again. In terms of the next program of financial management, as you know, in 2024-2025, we already achieved a clean audit or maintained that unqualified audit opinion which we received in the second quarter of 25-26. So the status is still the same. We holding our thumbs based on how we have worked for the year to maintain, which I think next week we might be smiling. In terms of the percentage of expenditure in relation to allocated budget, we were supposed to achieve 99, we achieved 98, and the area of underperformance is with regard to the Bedway Limpopo-based PSL teams that we utilize their home games for brand equity, and they were found not to be compliant on CSD the whole year. We tried everything, we couldn't win on that one, but there is a plan that we have going forward of engaging our panel of media buy to make sure that we can, rather than contracting them directly, we can utilize them because we have that option. In terms of a percentage of invoices paid within 30 days, we're in compliance, 100% we achieved. Next slide, in terms of a percentage of procurement on women-owned enterprises, there was a target of 10%, we achieved 35.95%. And the reason is because we've got the panels that we have appointed. So most of the work that we have done, it was done through travel agencies. And it happened that the companies there are women-owned. So that is the reason for that overachievement. Percentage of procurement on youth-owned enterprises, the target for the fourth quarter was 5%. We're at 14.98, and the reason we had a good response from the youth-owned enterprises in fourth quarter. So that is the reason why we're there. In terms of percentage of procurement on people living with disabilities, during this quarter under review, we did not have good responses from those companies. We had a target of 1%. We only achieved 0.21%, so there was an underachievement of 0.79. But we are making efforts. We have got a good strategy that targets those designated groups. And quarter on quarter, is just this quarter where we did not do well. Next slide. Percentage of procurement on black-owned enterprises. It was 5%, we're at 98%, and the reason is what we have indicated. Most of the panels that we have and the people that we procured from, they are black-owned, so that's why that overachievement of 93%. Percentage of procurement on military veterans, the plan was 1% for this quarter 4 of 25-26, and we achieved 0.09%. During the period under review, the entity achieved that, which is a deviation due to non-responsiveness by the military veterans. This is an area as well that we continue to work hard to target these designated groups. In the previous quarters, we did well, but on the last quarter, the response was not good. In terms of the next program, next slide, program 4, integrated destination marketing, which is one of the 2 core programs of the entity. We had, under number of marketing campaigns implemented, we had a target of 4 annually, which the 3 were done in the previous quarters. For quarter 4, we had 1, which we achieved. Number of marketing collaborations implemented, it was an annual target of 4. In the last quarter, it was 1, which we have achieved. Number of trade marketing platforms, next slide, which were 8. But under the period under review, we had 2. We did 3 because in the second quarter, there was a cancellation of 1 target, which the Minister of Tourism did not approve for South Africa to participate in a trade show in Zimbabwe. So we had to play catch up, and that is the reason why we have achieved 3 in quarter 4. In terms of number of SMMEs supported, we had a target of 10 in the last quarter. We have achieved 6. And the reason is because every quarter we have got targeted trade platforms that we take SMMEs. And in this quarter under review, we had taken some who were taken in the previous quarter. So in terms of reporting, we can't report twice. So we only reported on 6. But in terms of the 100 that were targeted for the year, we have overachieved on that target as an entity. In terms of the last program, destination investment and trade promotions, we had number of trade export platforms promoted. We had a target of 4. We have achieved all 4, but because these were annual targets, and every quarter we're reporting on what we have done under that indicator. On indicator number 2 as well, number of cross-border trade and investment, it was an annual target of 4. So we're expected to report on the 4 in the last quarter. However, in the previous 3 quarters, we're reporting on these targets. And in the last quarter, we only did 1. In terms of number of successful bids, this is where we bid for major events that we host in the province. Even that target, it was achieved in the previous 2 quarters. So the slide on the next one, in terms of financial management, as indicated, we, under all these 5 programs, we have achieved a 98% in terms of the budget expenditure as opposed to the 99%. So we had that 1% underspend, which we have indicated earlier on. And there were a number of issues under COE, under under goods and services, and also under building and other fixed structures where there were small amounts, especially under machinery and equipment, where people only delivered in the new quarters. So that is what we are submitting on behalf of the chairperson, Honorable MEC, to the committee. Thanks.
LGB.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable MEC chairpersons and CEOs and colleagues. This is the fourth quarter report for Limpopo Gambling Board. I'll just give an overview. I'll not go into details in terms of the presentation as the reports were shared with the honorable members. In terms of overview, it's just a mandate of us as the entity regarding the issue of gambling that is concurrent function together with national and us as province. And in terms of the issue around status of gambling, I think the honorable committee requested that we also need to share where we are in terms of the license size. We have actually indicated where we are at the end of this fourth quarter, and also the number of people that were actually employed as by the end of the quarter. That was 2,292. That is across all the modes of gambling, that is casinos, bingos, totalizators, bookmakers, and also the limited payout machines. And we are also showing that 90.9% of the employees that are employed in the various gambling sites are actually from previously disadvantaged background, but also we have 49.49% that are youth that are actually employed across the sites. I think as I was reporting, I've also shared the issue around the license sites, the operational sites, but also non-operational sites, which we have reported as we're talking about the resolutions of the committee in terms of how we're dealing with those that are actually not operational. So we are sharing with the committee in terms of the distribution of those sites per mode of gambling, but also per district as to where they located, those licenses that were actually granted. So we've also given those reasons as we're presenting on the resolution, so I'll not repeat that. But just to give you an overview that as an entity based on our targets for the fourth quarter that were 12, we only managed to achieve 9. And the areas of underachievement, they relate to the issue around training, that is under corporate services, and also areas under finance that is related to the issue around procurement. That is the procurement targets for the youth, but also for people with disability that were not achieved for various reasons due to the issue around non-responsive requests for quotations from those particular service providers, which we'll actually just share in the next slides, but I'll not go into details for now. But in terms of performance, we declined from 100% in the last 3 quarters as we're reporting, then we went to 75% during the fourth quarter due to those 3 targets that were actually not achieved during the fourth quarter. So I'll only focus on the areas that we have not achieved. So like I've said, the one on corporate services was in terms of training, that we had challenges with the training in terms of the scheduled training, but also service providers. And moving forward, we are saying we'll make sure that we also have to screen our service providers as we implement training programs, but also ensure that we develop a database so that we don't have challenges in terms of undertaking training programs for some of the specialized fields within the entity. And in terms of the other areas where we didn't achieve, is in terms of the supply chain, that is those procurement targets. That is for the youth, but also people with disability. Wherein for youth, we're at 27.84% against 30% target. And for people with disability, we didn't get any service provider appointed based on the fact that we didn't get any responses. But I think based on the engagement of us with the board and also the management, we have then decided that we'll then make sure that we engage with those relevant stakeholders within the disability sector, but also with the youth to make sure that as we procure, we actually check those that can be able to respond to our request for procurement. So those were the 2 areas that we didn't achieve around that. In terms of the responsible gambling campaigns, those we have overachieved. I'll not go into details around that, but I will then move to the areas around law enforcement, with others licensing, gambling control, that is the audits that we're doing, and the inspections. There were no challenges. What I could share with the honorable members is just to give an overview, like we've been doing the previous quarters in terms of during the quarter. Where did we do the audits and the inspections, and what are the findings, and how are they planning to deal with those particular findings in terms of the inspection. So I'll not go into details side by side, but the information is there in terms of our findings and areas that we are saying they need to comply, because where there's non-compliance, then we have to impose penalties or ensure that we issue warnings and so on, so that we've got the well-regulated gambling industry in the province. And in terms of audits, it's the same. We've actually indicated the number of findings per particular licensee, but also what is the action plan to address those particular areas. And I think moving forward in the next financial year, we'll also be able to indicate the timeframes and whether the previous audits or findings have been addressed by the licensees as part of being progressive in terms of ensuring that those licensees address those particular findings. They are mostly about compliance with the license conditions, but also ensuring that they display the licenses of the employees. Because for us to make sure that the site is licensed, all the employees should have the employees' licenses that have been approved by the board, but also they have to display the license certificate that they have as a licensee. So that is just overview in terms of the findings that we find in most of the sites. But also earlier we reported about the triple BEE. There are also some of those licensees that are still not complying. So we've actually indicated those particular findings and also what are the things that they need to do to make sure that they comply with the license conditions. So I'll not go one by one, but then I'll then go to law enforcement. That law enforcement is about the investigations that were conducted, but also the awareness campaigns that were actually done to make sure that we create more awareness about illegal gambling, but also what is the impact on us as a province, but also on the provincial fiscus. And in terms of the outcomes of those investigations, we have indicated the number of people that were arrested during the quarter, the case that was actually confiscated at the various sites, but also the number of illegal machines that were confiscated and the admission of guilt fines that were actually paid, but also the number of computers that were apprehended at the various sites. And in terms of the expenditure, we show what was actually paid as by the end of March. That was 89%. This excludes the payables and commitments that we had as by the end of March, which more or less, if those are actually counted, will be around 96, 97% in terms of expenditure. And why we've actually underspent, I think that relates to the issue that we've earlier mentioned around budget planning, but also the impact of not having budget as by the beginning of the financial year, with the result that we get budget during budget adjustments, with the result that we've got a very short period to actually deal some of the procurement issues during the month of February and March. But those are the commitments that we had as by the end of March will be payable during the during the first quarter around April, May in terms of those commitments. In terms of the revenue that we have collected for the year, we have managed to exceed the target that we had with provincial treasury and our shareholder LEDET in terms of what we have collected. That during budget adjustment, we had a target of 335 million that we expected to collect, and we have managed to collect 350 million as by the end of the fourth quarter. And other ones, I think I won't go into those details around analysis, and that brings us to the end of our presentation, Honorable Chair, HOD. That is all from LGB. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Those will be the presentation from LEDET, LTA, and Limpopo Gambling Board.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, for the presentation. Over to honorable members. Questions on LEDET, LTA, yeah, LTA and LGB. Honorable Munisi.
It's not a material matter, but I just believe that LEDET is the principal, and we all know that there are subsidiaries. So if a LTA present a report and its caption says it comes from the chairperson, Mr. Freddie Griever, I'm not saying it's bad and I'm not saying it's good, but I'm saying if we are all under LEDET, our reports must be the same. If LEDA cannot say it comes from the chairperson, if LGBA is not citing the chairperson, we must all not cite chairpersons. If we take a decision, Honorable Matibe, if a decision is taken that this is how we'll report, because the chairperson of the board, they are leading those subsidiaries, their reports must reflect this way. All of them must do the same. So next time when you come here, don't come with reports that are not the same. And then I'm moving now to the reports. Number one is the underperformance on women in SMS, which is quite worrisome because the reason for such an underperformance is that there has been delay in recruitment. And I want to disagree with you. You know why? Because recruitment, you might be targeting a recruitment now. By the time you appoint 2 or 3, you find that 5 leave. So it's something that needs to be managed deliberately so, with the purpose of making sure that all the time we are represented as women at SMS level. When it comes to men, it's not negotiable. Always they are in majority. Even here, when you look at this on the chairs, and all of you, males. But when it comes to anything and work and everything, it will be women. I'm not lying, you know it. Men, you by all means, you want to dominate wherever there is power. And I'm saying that thing must fall. It's not a sin to have 70% females in SMS. We are capable. We are educated. What stops us from occupying those positions? Boys' choir must fall. MEC, the boys' choir must fall. MEC is a male. HOD is a male. Chairperson is a male. CEO is a male. Aibo. Come on, when it comes to female, hey, there is a recruitment problem. Hey, there is this and that. All excuses all the time. Let's face the truth. Many want to dominate any space that has got to do with authority, power, money. We want those positions as women. I'm raising it like this for the last time. I won't say it again, but it's not fair. We feel we are like in the previous, regime where women face triple oppression. This thing must fall, Shem. It must fall. patriarchy must fall. Women need those opportunities also. More so because we are the ones who are facing a lot of responsibilities on earth. I'm passing. There was an issue of under expenditure. When I look at it, I'm not a mathematician, but I could see 3.5%. But when I looked at the report, the analysis, our own analysis, it shows us 73 million. And also, so that I don't even go back to it, you will note it, even on LGB, there is an under expenditure. So I'm coupling it with this one of the department. I want to tell you something. Seated here, you and I, or you and us, we can understand all the reasons that you can give us. But the people out there, they don't know that. When they see under expenditure, they see lazy people. They see people who are not serious about their lives. Because under expenditure on budget, it means somehow, somewhere, service delivery has been compromised. And you have deprived people of their opportunities to make their lives better. So under expenditure, even if we explain it, unless if you can come out and respond and say there was an approved rollover because there were commitments, then we will understand here in this boardroom. But still, the perception out there is that we are failures. We are given money and we take money back. They don't even follow you to quarter one, whether what did you do. You have returned the money, and then you have deprived them of their opportunities to receive service delivery. So we must be able, we must all the time guard against those issues of under expenditure. When we analyze the report, it shows that capital expenditure budget increased substantially during the latter part of the financial year. And we would want to know which infrastructure project benefited from this increase, and also if we're able to implement within the time frame that we set for ourselves. I remember now that LGB, when they presented about the under expenditure, they just said it was because of the adjustment budget. And the little knowledge that I have, anyone during budget adjustment, you go there and fight for money. And then you come back and give it as a reason for under expenditure. It does not make sense. Because we cry for budget, we cry for money. But when it comes to under expenditure, we'll still go and make it like it's a reason. When we requested that money, it was a plan. There was a plan which we wanted, or there was something that we wanted to address. So we would want to see or hear whether we're able to complete whatever project that benefited from that increase that we have observed. The department continues to underperform when it comes to successful participation on procurement from people with disabilities and the military veterans. It continues. But we just want to understand what enterprise development programs currently that are running to address that, because the reason will be they were not qualifying, they did not show interest, but it means we must have a program that will be targeting the same target group so that they become capacitated to participate and qualify. And for those that are able to participate, little as they may be, are we able to trace the capacity from capacitation to successful participation? Not just participation, because participation, it might mean that you submit your request for information and you did not become a successful bidder. It means nothing. But I'm talking about successful participation. Are we able to trace that for those that we are supporting? We are trying to build capacity. When they participate, they become successful, because that's the only way to win. If we just say, no, portfolio committee or ourselves, we have decided we need to support them, build capacity building. But when it comes to the real work, we don't trace, we will never win. LGB. Let me start by the department. The department should be able to share with us tangible project emanating from the commitment made during investment conferences. Do we have anything that we can say this is how far at least we have gone or we have registered? LGB would want to understand or share with us the progress that the entity has made with regard to regulating online gambling. And the entity also failed to achieve when it comes to military veterans. What are the plans and programs put in place to address such a situation? Or what measurable intervention will LGB implement to increase procurement from business owned by military veterans and people with disabilities? We would want LGBA to provide an update on all illegal gambling cases that are going on currently, that are before the courts. Include details on number of illegal gambling machines that has been confiscated. We want to know the cases that are going under prosecution, convictions made so far, or secured, or asset forfeited. I think I will stop there and will make follow-up as and when they respond.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon. Chairperson, I want to know from LEDET the strength in terms of the unit that is responsible for debt and collection in terms of rentals. How are we doing presently? Are we making progress in respect of those who are occupying our industrial parks? If we can go through that and then just fill us through. In terms of statistics that relates to the number of jobs that as a department we have been able to successfully create versus the targets that we have set. And if we've got challenges, what kind of challenges are we experiencing, which leads to us failing to meet our targets in terms of the amount of jobs we wish to create at a particular financial year or quarter. I am worried, Chair. I know Honorable Ministers raised the issue. I think each time we meet with the department, we always raise concerns about the procurement services from the department, or including its entities that relates to your people living with disabilities and the military vets. But let me pay attention to those living with disabilities. The challenge there may not necessarily be about supplier capacity or enterprise development. The biggest challenge is that with procurement, there's no certainty as to how many times in a year are you likely to get a request and you supply and services are procured from you. So for people who are living with disabilities, there are challenges, the linkage between our home affairs systems and the financial component of them having to render services. So if I'm a beneficiary of SASSA, there it's guaranteed income. If I'm getting 6.5, I'm assured that there's never been going to be a month where my 6.5 is not coming through. But if I begin to trade with the department, and that system is just going to pick it up, especially the SASSA beneficiary system. And in the next round of a month, 3 months down the line, I have not rendered the service. My 6.5 is no longer coming through. So our discussion in respect of that, Chair, must be an introspection of what are legislative provisions that exist that we can maybe want to put a condition that will assess the situation. The fact that we've got policies and we've got positions that says there must be preferential processes in respect of procurement for that group, for me, it means that we can also tap into a legislation and check which other provisions can we relax to accommodate these people who are living with disabilities. If we can get to that level, I'm sure that we're going to see a lot of them coming in to participate. And I can be rest assured that is the biggest challenge. And it's not just about this department. All departments of the states are struggling to meet that provision of procuring from people living with disabilities, and that is the root cause. Maybe when we have our own spare time, Honorable Minister, when we have our own committees, when we discuss legislations, we may have to tap into that and see what can we put together so that we get things done. The other question that I want to ask, which has been raised, it's about why we did not deplete our finances in terms of expenditure. It will be my submission that the departments must just finish the money, please. I don't want to waste time and speak a lot of English. Finish these monies. Because when we don't finish these monies, we come here, we hear that 17% unspent when there are challenges. It doesn't make sense that when we've got this amount of challenges, you still have monies which are not spent, and what then happens to those figures? For me, you are literally suggesting that the kind of allocation that is made to the departments is too much. Maybe we might have to chop it and give it to arts and sports so that they can build a lot of high-performance centers. People can go in gym because we're giving you money and you're not spending it. So you make life difficult for us to support your request when you make a submission for extra funding. Just finish the money. We'll be very happy when we come in here. You are trying to prepare yourself for the adjustment, midterm adjustment, which then say, no, in November, you need this extra amount of money. It's far much better than not depleting the resources that we give you. On the spaza shops, for me, it's a thorny issue. It's a thorny issue because the challenges that are there, for me, are not necessarily challenges of government officials. It's a societal challenge. It's about society at the tail end. And it's also interdepartmental, because for us to get this particular concept right, we will need our department here, and we'll also need COGSTA to come on board to assist us have a discussion with the owners of the pieces of land. And our communities, unfortunately, most of them don't have bylaws. Most communities don't have bylaws. Our people are just living. It's a feeling of a chief in one weekend when he goes and rings the bell and the people come, and then he just announces what he has decided. And whatever decision he takes on that particular Sunday, rush, because people must go to church. The people and the communities behave in the manner in which the chief has pronounced. And then when we come in here as politicians, because we see these things and people still come and complain to us, we are going to be lashing over the department, left, right, and center. To a particular extent, MEC, when you are having your ESCO sessions and the HODs are meeting, you must have a discussion about these interdepartmental conversations and find a better way to deal with these spaza shops. And one other weakness of the state is that we are a very reactive government sometimes. We want to respond to the immediate challenges. We don't put things together. We don't plan how to move forward. Give you a typical example. When the kids were dying in schools, at a time when a lot of them were dying over these things they call masham that they are buying, the immediate question would have been, who is delivering this food that is resulting in these mortalities that we are saying? And then the question will be, we don't even know who's the supplier, but if you do, your smallholder farmers that exist in this province, who are not getting the markets, who are not servicing a space that gives them money, you'll then realize that if we were to be very proactive, over time, put together legislative measures that brings the farmers to be the part of the people who are supplying food, will have minimized the challenges of this food which is manufactured at the back corners, which is served to our children. So that is where we've got a shortfall in terms of being very proactive and put together policies that are going to assist us deliver to the best of our people. We wait for people to start dying before we correct the challenge of the road. If it's a road issue, we wait for buses to collide there at Mahuas Kloof before we realize that we must close it for 6 months and work on it. And that is where we are falling short. We may have to look at that. These people who have registered those spaza shops, if I can say, let's do a quick audit now and check how many of those people who registered those spaza shops at a time when we were responding to a national challenge, you will be shocked. And if you go to my village, typically, there are a lot of spaza shops, but if you go one by one and check how many of those spaza shops still owned by our people in the province or in the very same village, you will be shocked. You still have this Muhammad Tasum running the same spaza shop. And sadly, those who have been doing a lot of, what do you call it? Mawahambe. Then you will realize that that March and March also is a very dishonest program, because it has been targeted towards a certain crop of people. These spaza shops, Chairperson, are still in existence, and they are still run by these Ethiopians and Somalians to date, heavily. But the question is, on whose land are they running those businesses? They are running them on the land, the very same land of our people of the Mahosis, and in whose households. You'll find that where Honorable Miss comes from there's a lot of misses who have rented out their garage doors, which have been converted into a spaza shop. Now, to a particular extent, sometimes when we come in here, it's nice when you're a politician and you're just shooting at administrators because you've got 5 years, they've got permanence until they go on pension, it becomes easy. But the reality of the matter is that we are not interrogating the problem and we are not dissecting it properly. That is why we remain a government that is a subject of blame by the people. And the very same people who are creating these problems for themselves. We'll need Coxter one day to deal with the Mahosis and how the land is allocated there. We'll also need Coxter as well with LEDET to discuss how do we train our people to rise to the occasion of running all these puzzle shops. We'll get there, we'll create a lot of employment. Maybe that's a conversation we must continue to have over time and see to it that we change the situation and also change the narrative of our people. We can't be a government which is being blamed every day for nothing. We are blamed for the same problems that our people are creating for themselves, and they run and blame the government. Let me talk about our nature reserves. I've been speaking about this space for quite a long time. Until our nature reserves are being taken care of in terms of infrastructure, our tourism injection, the output there will always be at its lowest. I'm not sure who's the responsibility of who here in the whole department must take care of this thing. We need to put this infrastructure together to a point that we ourselves must develop an appetite to visit them. We must also be the first people who goes to those places and look at them and change them and put them together. It can't be that in terms of capital injection, when we're in charge of the largest portion of the Kruger Park, we're making the smallest sense, and the other province next door, which has just a small section, is making the highest number of cents and capital generation for the province. Something is not well there. And until we get it right, we're going to be still complaining. And you see, Chair, this one I'm going to send, it's a responsibility that I'm going to bring back to you. One day we must have an interdepartmental session. We must have LEDET, we must have transport, and we must have, and transport as well, to discuss how do we deal with the issue of movement of our people as and when they come to our province, so that we can grow the financial muscles through tourism. What we're doing now, I get tired of talking about the same thing, MEC Matimbe, because I feel like it was just English. One day we're going to be like administrators, bureaucrats who don't respect politicians. They say, when I was 2 years, what's my school? We are more or less going to the same space where when you speak, they just listen and say, second, third, the next one is elections. He will be out of this committee, will still roll very freely. This is what we are subjected to from time to time, you see. And the other issue that I think must be taken very seriously, you see, this RAL to a particular extent is failing us when it comes to tourism. I think Ngoben will agree with me and the chairperson of the board there. The discussion about that Punda Maria route, all of it, cannot be a permanent idea. It can be, it's an idea, it's a permanent decision taken. When we take decisions, we must act on them. If Sanral has taken a decision, MEC, to expand the size of that road, to boost on the tourism space, at what point do we begin to see the actual work happening? When do we then say, no, we have seen a lot of gandas and caterpillars moving towards the improvement of that road? And the question will be, society is not looking at RAL. They don't even know that that road doesn't belong to us. You know, society is looking at us. And those of us who are serving in this committee are being asked the same question. How do you want to improve the local economy there in Chakuma and make it far much bigger when the cars that are passing there are still the same small numbers, and that whole road up until we get to the border gate? It's a problem. At some point, MEC, yourselves and the HOD must lead this discussion. You must take the MEC for the Kharakara as well and lead the discussion about the commitment which has been done by RAL so that we can get somewhere. Then we know we can grow the space of tourism. Then aspirant entrepreneurs, Honorable Pierre, can begin to buy stands there and develop them so that they continue to generate income for themselves. But until you get the infrastructure, particularly road infrastructure right, it's going to be very difficult for you to grow the economy. I'm not sure where we're going to get it right. There's no way, in my little knowledge, I have not seen a country which has built its economic muscles and capacity without starting on the road. And in fact, ideally, we must start there. We must begin to start there. We must not do these things that we are doing, other departments are doing. You pass that small mountain there when you go to the legislature every Tuesday, Thursday, you can see the bridge is getting finished every day, but you're not planning ahead to try and fix it. It's what we are doing here. We are not paying attention to the actual problems that we must diagnose and dissect effectively so we can grow our economy. I think we must play in that space. We'll get it right. On the abattoir, MEC, please, man, I'm just begging you and the HOD. One day when we sit there and we talk about the abattoir, we must be speaking about, we must be saying we have employed 350 to this point. Not that we're done. The discussion must be, to this point, at least we've generated 370 jobs. Our people are working there. And our chicken is now finding space somewhere, whether it's in the retail or wherever we'll be supplying it to. And then we know the torrent is coming. We must all admit here that the service provider, the operator, I'm not sure whether the correct English concept will be, if it's the operator there has failed. And as a portfolio committee, our stance is very simple. That operator has signed a contract. Every contract has got provisions. For me, he has already failed. Even if I don't know which one we must look at, maybe we may have a space to peruse that contract that we have with the operator and pick up few of the components that he has not complied with and terminate. We are better off. We don't want to start asking questions as to who's responsible for electricity now. We don't want to go into that space. We don't want to begin to ask who is paying the 27 people who are there and what are they being paid for and how much are we spending every month. Is it LEDA or is the contractor or the operator? And these are the kind of questions that society is asking us as we work. Remember, we live amongst the people. We spend time with them. We watch soccer with them. They insult us every day as members of the ruling party over these kind of things. And sometimes we don't know how best to account for them. Please take a decision about that entity. If you must look for another equity player or another person with financial muscles with an idea of what it takes to run an abattoir, let that person take over that space. The current one has literally failed for me. That is my submission, and I think we must act on it and get it right as a matter of agency so that we can do well for our people. The other part that I want to submit to you, MEC, it has not been raised when we're dealing with reports. I'm not sure what is a legislative component of it. The number of meetings for boards. I think HOD, I'm not sure which rule governs it and which piece of legislation governs that part. But I think we are limiting our boards too much. If you are supposed to have, typical example, if you are supposed to have 3 meetings a year, then you are responsible for Mashasha HR, and you are also responsible for the abattoir. When are you going to resolve that? The first meeting is it's in February. You wait for the new budget to come, and then it comes, you begin to plan a bit, you have challenges, you must meet again in August. And then you'll meet in November as you close. Then when are you going to put it together? I'm not submitting in their favor. I'm not submitting in your favor as chairpersons of the boards. I'm making a submission in the interest of the people of our province. We need to pay attention to how many meetings have we put together aside for the boards of these entities to meet, so that when they come in here, we know how best to blame them. You see, I want to blame a lot of chairpersons that are here. You know, the same way when I first met them, I said some of you must stop being chairpersons of these entities. If you remember my first statement when I met them for the first time. But now I can't even shoot. Can't blame them better because I'm looking at how much time do they have to meet and how much work do they have on the other side. We may have to tap into that space so that we increase capacity. Capacity of their responsibility, MEC and chair. It's also on the amount of the meetings that they are able to have. Then they can do it right. I'm making a submission here. I'm saying let's work towards that space. Let me speak about the gambling entity. We are living in another environment of your fourth industrial revolution. Things are done differently. I'm sure over time, Merupa and Korun and Tawamshate, in terms of their performance, they might go down more further. And we need to prepare ourselves because of the current trends in terms of how people play in the space of the gambling space. You know, in my understanding, we've got 2 or 3 sets of people who gamble. Those who are doing it for entertainment and those who are doing it for aspirant wishes of waking up rich. Now, with these 2 people, those who are doing it for entertainment are likely to turn to these gadgets to perform in that space. So maybe what we may have to be thinking about, Chair and the CEO, is how do we maximize our space in the online space? How do we grow our component and our portfolio in the online gambling space? I think then we'll do better. The physical one, I don't see it giving what we used to get in the past. I don't see it. For you to get it right, it means that you must throw a mkitinyana there in that new facility in Muripa there, and then you must make sure the mkiti is highly popularized. Then Womaringa who are coming to with the mkiti, when they wait for Thomas Chauke to perform, they can just go then and play. So you can then tell that the injection in terms of what we wish to get cannot be the same. We must be able to participate and compete with the international patterns in terms of online gambling. If we can tap into that space and be deliberate about this thing, then we'll get it right. We'll be able to generate 50 rand that maybe we can use to buy tires for GNT when we're very happy. You'll never know. Then we will have generated some sense there. MEC, that is my submission. And the last thing on LGB, I think we must not hesitate to either is to withdraw or to terminate the license, especially when the licensee is not compliant. We need to do that. And one of the other areas that I've observed, which I see it a lot in the rural communities, our people there, I know we may not have capacity to be monitoring it fully. Our people there are extremely abusive. Too much. It comes back to my submission about the bylaws. You know, during June, July, when you are praying for these grade 12 learners to be focused on their, what do you call their midterm exam, right? During our generation, we did not call it like that. The amount of the music which is sourced by this, it's as if there's some satanic wind that blows in these areas. The way they go all out to make maximum noise, they don't even close. They roll it over. And the other biggest challenge that South Africa has is the law enforcement agencies. They are nowhere near this thing. And we must talk about these things. Law enforcement agencies, ordinarily in terms of my thinking, Chairperson, we can cluster. If we say this is Mankwen cluster, I'm sure that I expect the station commander to have a list of outlets which are selling liquor. And also know that yamaringaki bar, it's all like a 10. This one Yamnesi is a club, it's all like a 2. I'm sure it's supposed to be like that. But the first thing that is going to shock you, these law enforcement agencies, when it's time for those areas to close, it's their time to arrive and want to join in the dancing. It makes life very difficult. And society does not blame people in blue. It always blames people in yellow. And the people in yellow is ourselves. That is part of the challenges we're dealing with in terms of law enforcement when it relates to the licenses that are selling this thing. Lastly, Chair, LEDET says agri and transport drives our economy, which I agree. It speaks about manufacturing as well, which I agree. But I think our province has not come out very strongly on the manufacturing part of economic development. maybe we need to think, maybe when by the time LEDA comes here, I'll have other ideas to drop in the conversation. But because you have raised it here and it speaks about the growing the economy, it ended up here with me. I have raised an issue in the last session, MEC. I even said, how best do we legislate to a point where we bring about quotas for some industries? I was hoping that this time around the HOD would at least educate me. You'll remember my conversation with the committee in the last meeting. I had pleaded that Limpopo must be amongst the first provinces that can legislate about the quotas in terms of labor force, with specific attention to certain industries where we know very well our people are not there. And I'm just hoping that in the next session that we have, you'll be able to advise how far are we in terms of that space. It is my desire and my progressive view that the hospitality industry, if you go to all of them, I don't want to list them, if you calculate the labor force there, you are going to get a lot of Zaganaka there than our people. And some of these things, we can arrest them by creating some quotas. It is allowed to have quotas. If we could put up some policies that speaks about BEE, which the other people have been opposing every day. If we could put about a policy, MEC, on NHI, if we could put about a policy on Bella Bill, surely, and it has been opposed by those who have oppressed us before, we can't fail to put up a policy on quotas as a province and say, if Pierre is owning a restaurant, we want to at least make sure that 70% of his employees are people that we can draw from our communities. The 30 can just argue that this is a special chef, he was trained in Germany, this one, it will make sense to our people. And we'll have created some certain levels of employment for the young people, including those who have graduated who have not yet been absorbed by the system. This is my other submission, Chair. Lastly, on enterprise development. Oh, so it's the fourth last, it's okay. You little Antarella. On the enterprise development, MEC, if you can do assessment of the money you have spent already, HOD, it's a lot. The challenge here is the feeder. We don't have a feeder. When we are done developing them, there's a gap there that must move them from where they are to the marketplace. If we can develop a system that can then say, we have trained you, we have taken you through processes, we have developed your enterprise, we want you in the market. That feeder is what is missing. That is why a lot of these enterprises that we have already trained and we've worked with, we can't even trace where they are today. So when the training ends, we give them some terrains, we buy them machines. For those who want machines, and that's the end of it. For those who do not need machines, once we are done with them, develop them, they don't get access to the market. And some of this market is ourselves as the state. I'm going to end it here, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Piedi?
I'm fine.
Oh, you're covered. No, thank you very much. On LEDET, the department's performance declined from 91% in Q3 to 86% in Q4. What is the structural reason behind this regression? And what concrete interventions have been introduced to ensure that this decline does not continue into the 2026-2027 financial year? Secondly, adding on what Honorable Moniz have just said with the issue of the disability and veterans, I don't know what is the problem. So I'm just thinking, well, that's power. I want anyone who can come with a different strategy, at least to deal with, because it can't just be the way it is every day and repeatedly so. So le ska dira ntho ela go nore as long kgwedi e fela re a gola re a tsamaya. You need to come with strategy. And Ntate Maja, we have veterans here. These people, they don't respect you. You must respect people like Ntate Maja as veterans and myself. You must take us serious. And thirdly, although unemployment decreased statistically, employment in Limpopo also declined by approximately 3,000 jobs. How does the department reconcile these figures, and what interventions are specifically aimed at increasing sustainable employment rather than temporary opportunities? The department facilitated 170 billion in investment, significantly exceeding the targets. How much of this investment has actually reached implementation stage? How many permanent jobs have already materialized, and what mechanisms are in place to monitor investors after commitments are made? The fifth one, the community tourism projects recorded zero achievement due to funding constraints. Why was funding not secured during planning, and what assurance can the committee receive that this community will not continue to be left behind? Then on your Limpopo Tourism Agency, support for enterprises owned by a person with disability remain extremely low despite repeated commitments. What innovative measures are being introduced to ensure those enterprises actually participate in procurement opportunities? Only 6 of the targeted 10 tourism SMMEs were supported during Q4. Can the agency demonstrate that the enterprises supported in earlier quarters remain operational, profitable, and have created employment? I go fast, Tiger. The agency underspent its budget by 1% because certain football clubs were tax non-compliant. Why were these compliance risks only discovered at implementation stage instead of during project planning? Tourism marketing campaign continue to increase, but what evidence exists that this campaign are translating into measurable increases in tourism arrival, visitor spending, and overnight stays with Limpopo? Many Q4 targets were reported as achieved because they had already been completed in earlier quarters. Does this practice not reduce accountability for Q4 performance? And should future planning distribute targets more evenly across the financial year? This is for the LTA. For LGB, corporate service achieved 0% of its Q4 targets. Why was there such complete underperformance in the program, and what accountability measures have been implemented? The province has 65 licensed but non-operational gambling sites. What economic impact does this have on employment and revenue collection, and what strategies exist either to reactivate or deregister these licenses? Several compliance audits identified repeated failure relating to employee licenses, BEE compliance, CSI obligations, and security. Why are some operations repeatedly found to be non-compliant, and how many have actually faced penalties or license suspension? The board exceeded its targets for illegal gambling investigations because of public complaints. But this suggests that illegal gambling is increasing faster than enforcement capacity. And does this board have sufficient resources to address this growing threat? Last but least, the board collected 105% of projected revenue, yet only 89% of its available budget. Could more resources have been directed towards law enforcement, responsible gambling awareness, and compliance monitoring instead of remaining unspent? Coming to the boards, all boards, Honorable MEC, I just have some questions. I think you'll understand why I'm having questions about the board, because I think we need to understand. We need to be empowered, at least to understand exactly what is happening, because as the committee, there are always new people, and continuously so. So we are getting confused. So we want to understand, how do we do these things? Maybe it's us, maybe we're just, I don't know. But at least maybe if we can just empower the committee exactly what I'm going to ask about the board. My first question are, how are board vacancy advertised? Is it on government gazette, provincial website, newspapers, or what? I don't know. Maybe we also want to apply to be members of the board. How are board vacancies identified and approved for recruitment? And how long is the advertisement open for application? And what are the minimum qualifications and experience required for board members? Who is responsible for shortlisting candidates? What criteria are used to evaluate and shortlist applicants? Is there an independent selection panel? And who serve, in a panel, is there an independent selection panel, and who serves on it? How are conflict of interest managed during the appointment process? Does MEC make the final appointment, or is there another approval process? How is transparency and fairness ensured throughout the appointment process? Are interviews conducted, and are they scored using a standard assessment process. How does the appointment process ensure diversity in terms of skills, gender, race, disability, and geographic representations? Are unsuccessful applicants informed of the outcome? Can the public access information about appointment process and the reason for selecting board members? Lastly, what legislation or regulations or policy govern the appointment of board members? Adding with the issue of sponsorship, Honorable MEC, I think we need to be very serious. I think in our meeting we're talking about it, especially I was saying that, you know, people are looking at us, especially in government, as people that are not serious, as if we are not from the same community. So you must know whatever those people are experiencing, it affects all of us. And if we don't deal with that thing seriously, so it's going to give us a problem. I was telling honorable members with the issue of the 30th that there was too much noise, because on the 30th, we in Limpopo, are not talking about other provinces. It was a normal day that we went to work while people were doing much and much. So, and that thing of much and much is now getting out of hands, because people, they don't hear anything from us talking about things, because we need to show support to those people, because it's not going to be like as if now we are not part of this, we are staying somewhere. It affects all of us. These are our people. We are saying undocumented people must go back, so that only people with documents, but it's like now it's out of hands, because they're even chasing those with documents. And we've been complaining, especially with those that are selling food, that all the spaza shops that are owned by the foreigners need to be closed, because those people, they don't buy things from our own metro, they don't take money to our bank, our economy keeps on going down. Remember, those people in their country, they don't want houses, roads like us in this country. The only thing that they want is weapons. So, but we allow all those things. You know, they're not taking money to the bank. Myself as a South African, if I have 20,000 in my house, I'll be arrested. That is money laundering. Those people, they keep a lot of money in their shops. They sleep there, they do everything in those plaza shops, they manufacture, they do all those things. And it's like us as government is like, it's okay, because now we can afford Woolworths or Pick and Pay or whatever. Then how about those people that they can't even afford to go to Woolworths? So something needs to be done. We need to take this thing serious. People are just going there to take Jojo from those people, and then they don't care. But we must know that if we leave those things, I always tell people that we leave them. These people that are busy making kids here. And those kids, I always tell women that the nice part with those people, when you have a child with them, they don't even allow you to give that child your name, but they call themselves Butabiso, Butabang, and all these things. It's because they're building their own community. So we won't be surprised tomorrow when we woke up that the president of this country would be Ahmed or whatever, so what? That thing, it will happen, because it's like South Africa, we are so relaxed, we don't care. It's like we are taking things, you know, for granted. So we have spaza shops that are in colors. You know, our intelligence, I don't know that they don't do their job, because they don't know, they don't even understand what is the blue color means, what is the red color means, those are gangsters, different gangsters, led by different people. And what are their intentions to this country? Those spaza shops need to be closed, all of them. They are not even supposed to buy. People must go and pay tax. Whatever they buy, they must go to our metro. We need inspectors to go and inspect, even in our shops, if those things, if we are buying these things from the metro. So otherwise, we have children that are, keep on dying every day. You know, 2 weeks back, there was one who was killed by the Somalians in Mangweng. And it's like nothing is happening, because when they go to the police station, the police will tell you there's no enough evidence. But now they managed to arrest that person with the phone of that person. But I don't know. Something is not okay. Issue of tavern, Honorable MEC. We're so loud about it, but it's like we're only loud at that time because we want to please, I don't know, people, or we want to pretend as if we are doing things right. But after 2 days, nothing is happening. It's our children. Those taverns just next to the university, they're too much. They're too much. We took our kids to school to learn, not to go and drink. Our streets are dirty. We are dirty. The building is on as out look at my fester. Don't understand or the joy they breathe. They don't even eat those things. It's only us. So, the Department of Economic Development, we are begging you. We are here as the committee to assist. We just need to have a day where we'll go and just, go and visit those people one by one. We need to have a meeting also with Mahoshi, because most of those people that are at the Mahoshis. So we need to understand how come, what are they, how much are they getting from those people? So let's just try to be serious and support what South Africans are complaining about, because it affects all of us. It's our children, it's our families. We are from the same village. So when people are doing much and much, now we are the beggar, now we are going to work. Does it make sense? Tomorrow when they come and burn your house, or tomorrow when you go there that people must go and vote, they say, you want us to come and vote, but when we are crying of this, then you are not supporting us. We are not the outsiders. You can be in government, you can hold whatever position, Oksala, you are from the community. We need to support our community. No, thank you very much. Honorable MEC, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. We'll start at LGB CEO Chairperson, then LTA CEO Chair. Yeah, and then ourselves. The one for the boards is mine, of course, because I'm the appointing authority.
Okay, thanks, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chair, and Honorable members. I'm going to respond to questions, but some of them I think we've noted the input made by Honorable members. And I think I'll respond to the one which I think it was a concern raised by Honorable Munisi in terms of the issue of the under-expenditure budget adjustment. Just to clarify that we did request additional money, Honorable Munisi, Honorable Chair, but what I was trying to explain was the challenges around procurement during that period after November, December, January. Normally, we were struggling to get, quotations and so on. So hence I was talking about where we tried to get services was during February, March, and unfortunately some of the service provider didn't respond to some of the requests that we did, because most of our request was in terms of capacitating our operations like law enforcement, but also compliance in terms of some of the material that we wanted to procure. But in terms of commitments, I think we could share the list of commitments that we have, because some of them is the issue that in terms of capital budget, we procured cars, but they were not yet delivered by the end of March. and it's more than over 1 million commitments. Since I'm giving you an example, office furniture was also delivered after the end of March. It was not paid by the end of March. So hence I was showing that 89% is the actual cash that we've paid, but there are those commitments that we actually paid after March, but we could provide those details. But we are also aware that the issue of under-expenditure is not acceptable at all. And I think in terms of planning, as we request additional money, I think we'll also consider our capacity in terms of procurement, but also some of the planning challenges moving forward. So we've noted those particular concerns from the Honorable Minister and the committee. In terms of progress on regulating online gambling, I think I've tried to give you an update as I was giving a progress on the resolutions. That at the current level, the National Gambling Policy Council is engaging with all the MECs. The council is chaired by the minister, and the MECs are members. There's a discussion document on legalizing online gambling. And obviously, once there's decision from the policy council, we believe that it will be shared with the relevant, portfolio committee, but also be cascaded to the provinces. But I think maybe with the permission of the Honorable MEC, we may have to share maybe that discussion document, Honorable MEC, with the Honorable Committee so that they can see where are we moving in terms of the trends regarding to be in line with what the world is going around online gambling. But also one of the things that we can benefit as we do that, there's the geo allocation in terms of levies. Like you may realize that Mpumalanga, Western Cape might be getting more levies through online space. But in terms of population, we don't have more people in Mpumalanga or Western Cape. So most of the people who are actually on the space of Bedway, Lotto Star, they are from other provinces. So with that legislation, we're proposing that people who are coming from a particular province, we should get back that particular levies or revenue in terms of that particular space. But I think we could be able to provide regular reports during quarterly meetings with the committee in terms of what progress are we making. We can share those discussion documents regarding the online space. But in terms of sport betting, I think we've also indicated that as an entity, we are planning to issue some additional licenses on the basis that with our retail-based outlets, like Honorable Maringa has indicated, our levies at the casinos bingo is actually going down on those particular modernization issues. So we're in that particular process of issuing additional online betting licenses so that we can be able to be in that space of online sport betting. On military veterans, I will need to indicate, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, that for the entity in the previous financial year, we didn't have a target on military veterans. But in this current financial, based on the recommendation of the committee, is part of our target for 26-27. And in terms of engagement, I think we've also engaged with my deputy chair and the chair and management in terms of coming plans to engage those particular sectors so that we can be able to see what services are we offering, what is that they can actually able to offer. Because we're actually not performing or will not be performing if we don't engage them. The same with with the disability. On the issue of the illegal gambling cases, we did provide an update in terms of one case, but I think what we'll do, Honorable MEC will then be able to have a standing report from LGB in terms of the cases that we're currently having. Those are before court, as Honorable Minister has requested, and those that already have got convictions in terms of what we've already reported. And the details around the illegal machines and so on. Because that we've got a standing report that we present into our compliance and enforcement committee and ultimately to the board on quarterly basis in terms of how we're dealing with the illegal gambling matters. I think from the issues raised by Honorable Maringa, I think I've already responded to that we are trying to move into the space around online sport betting. But already one of our licensees who's actually giving us 95% of the levies is already in that space, that is Hollywood Bets, and followed by others, although it's not much, but I think we are already moving to that particular space. I think we've also noted the input in terms of the penalties, that as a gambling board, we do enforce and issue penalties where we have managed to give several cautions to some of these particular, licenses. So we do impose those particular penalties. And I think in the previous committee meeting, we also reported that during the third quarter, we also revoked one license of a bingo because of non-compliance matters. So we do impose those particular ones. And I think the ones from Honorable Mukaba, the chairperson, I think it was on the issue of the same on penalties, where if there's a repeat offenders, we do impose, as I earlier reported. And on the issue of the increased resources for dealing with illegal gambling, I think we have noted that particular input. We are trying, but also we get the support from subs, as we cannot be able to cover the whole province. So mostly they also assist us in terms of deployments, but also confiscating some of the illegal gambling machines as they do their own roadblocks or operations and so on. And on the, I think that's all from our side, Honorable MEC. I think, unless you have missed one or two questions. Yeah, on the issue of corporate services, like I've reported, that in terms of performance, they were at 86% regarding the issue of the training programs. But in terms of full achievement of the target, we have, on the summary, we have said is 0, because they didn't reach 100% as expected. But on the actual performance, as it detailed in the report, it's around 86%. But in terms of consequence management, that is what we actually said. They must come with a plan to make sure that in this financial year, we don't have any challenges around the WSPs, Honorable Chair. Yeah, on this one, I think, Chair, or Honorable Chair, we've actually indicated the plans and also what are the plans that we'll be doing regarding that non-operational side, but others are beyond their control in terms of where the economy is not performing. They do, some like the LPMs, they do surrender their licenses where they feel that they cannot be able to perform. So that is what we actually monitor on a quarterly basis as well. But those that have been granted but are not active, obviously I think that is what we may need to consider. So we need to give them a time frame that where they're still not able to activate them, maybe we need to revoke those particular licenses through the recommendation to our Compliance and Enforcement Committee in the board. Thanks, Chair.
Are you covered, Chair? Okay. LTA.
Thanks, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chair, and Honorable members, the Chairperson of the board. I think the first issue was on the inconsistencies in terms of the structure. We were doing it in line with the request that has been made to the accounting authority. So that's why we have put in the Chairperson as a representative of the accounting authority. But I think we stand to be guided. HOD will guide us on how do we work on it going forward. The issue of underspending, I think that 1%, which we have indicated on the soccer clubs, it's a matter that we were following up from August when the PSL season started. We have meetings with the 3 clubs that were there in the PSL, and all of them committed. And we then started utilizing their home games to do brand equity, and things were okay. But every month they will tell us, no, our compliance will submit, until the end of the financial year. There were 3 teams, only one complied in March. And the one that complied in March, we managed to pay. But the other ones, we could not pay, the other 2, Skukun and Polokwane City. But as I indicated in my presentation, the option that we have now, which will ensure that we don't repeat the same finding or the same underspending, is that we're going to utilize a panel of media buy to buy the advertising, with the club. So that is a strategy which we are going to use going forward. The issue of procurement from people living with disability and military veterans. We have also worked on a plan, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, to create a panel which we are allowed in terms of the PFMA that is targeted on those designated groups, so that once we appoint a panel, like we'll appoint a panel of attorneys with specific requirements, once we have appointed, every time we procure, we'll just go to them on rotational basis. So it's a system that we are using on travel agencies, we are using on other services, but we thought we will win on the previous one. So we never won, but it's something that we are taking to the accounting authority to give us that permission, but already we spoke about that. So those are the innovative measures, because the problem is a CSD. You go on CSD, you find that they are non-compliant, even if you target them. So that has been the frustration that we had, but we're working on that. SMMEs, we had a target of 100. We have assisted 135 throughout the year. We had an overachievement of 35 SMMEs that have been supported annually. And the good thing that we do, we only not supporting them and keep quiet. We also conduct research, and we have a report that shows out of those that we have supported previously, where are they? So we have got that report that we can submit if it's required. It's the same with the impact of our marketing. We constantly have reports that come from Stats SA and also South African Tourism. So even those reports are available. In the fourth quarter, as a province, we're ranked second in terms of domestic, an achievement that Honorable MEC indicated we need to be number one. We are working very hard to make sure that we maintain that first spot position. On international marketing, because of the crisis that was happening, we did not do very well, but also on statistical reporting issues, because a lot of our international tourists that come to Hoedspruit, they are counted in Mpumalanga. So, but we are sorting that one. It's an area that we are working very hard to make sure that we can improve. Currently, we're ranking 6 in terms of international arrivals, and it's an area that we also want to improve going forward. But we have got specific targets that have been set and approved, 10 million domestic and 3 million on international. It's a target that we believe as Limpopo we have everything to can meet it. When you look at the hunting cluster, we are doing well in the country. You don't have hunting done better in any of the provinces, but only in Limpopo. But we can only do well in terms of that, and I think it was indicated that we have got commodities like your Kruger, 70% in Limpopo. So the rest of the other issues, I think we will also come back in writing, just to indicate the Q4, especially on Program 5, we had those as annual targets. But during the quarters, we were coming here reporting on them. But it's an issue that we have since rectified and put, every quarter a target, so that we don't do that which we have done in the previous financial year. Thanks. I'm not sure, Chair, if I left out anything.
Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chair, and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you to my CEO. Perhaps just Two quick additions that I'd like to make. Firstly, in response to the question that the Honorable Chair asked on how certain are we that our marketing spend does indeed impact on feet and beds occupied within the province. Perhaps one very clear practical example is we are on the verge of hosting an event, Africa Tourism Leadership Forum, in the first week of September that is likely to bring more than 500 international delegates into the country and in this case into the province for a period of 3 to 5 days. And that stems directly from an opportunity that LTA took to go and participate in a forum. And whilst there, we were able to engage with the organizers, and that translated to us now having this opportunity, and discussions are underway based on a meeting that we had yesterday that this could potentially be repeated for 3 years in the province. So that is one example of when our teams go out there, it is not only to holiday, or our initiatives are not only to take them out to have fun, but we do try to keep the objective of bringing people into the province. The second one I would want to touch on is, it is our estimation, MEC and Chairperson, that the numbers as they reflect currently, there's a degree of underreporting on particularly international guests or tourists who visit our province, because we do not have our own integrated system of dealing with our stakeholders to be able to report on every guest that visit the province. And I think the CEO touched on one example that if a tourist arrive, they are half the time only accounted for when they meet at the ports of entry, OR Tambo, Cape Town, and when they move and land in Limpopo, they have already been accounted for in the numbers of the Western Cape, but they spend certain number of days in our province, and those are some of the initiatives that we are currently working on, investing in a system that together with all our stakeholders in the province could also generate our own database and not only rely on what we get from Stats SA, so that we can accurately account for every visitor in the province, whether it's a small guest house or part of the big groups, and that could give a true reflection of how we are performing in respect of tourists into our province. I think the other one I wanted to respond to, the CEO has already responded to, so I'm happy to pause here. Thank you, MEC.
Thank you, HOD.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, for the opportunity to respond to the question. Let me start by also indicating that the issue of under-expenditure is inexcusable, but I'll explain how it came about that we underspent by 73.3 million, constituting 3.5 of our total budget. Out of that 73 million, 3.3 was for the transfer to households, which inclusive of leave gratuities, the CAPEX, which is 22.2 million. Now, I think what is important to note is that the larger proportion of our expenditure on capital, which is mostly in the infrastructure of the reserve, is the money that is procured in terms of SEM processes at the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, There has been a lot of challenges then, which has been raised at technical and ministerial level in the province. So this is an area which I think we are doing a catch-up by making sure that there are structures to monitor this infrastructure of departments by Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. So that is the reason we, as the recipient departments of the infrastructure, we just do business cases in terms of the service delivery. They make sure it's implemented. But these are the challenges that are being addressed through the directives of EXCO. The goods and service of the total is 41.6, and lastly, COE is 6 million. With the COE, there was a vacancy or circular that we released in September, which had errors, and we had to deal with correcting that. It is only being implemented now because those errors were material in terms of the conclusion we'll have arrived at, and it was for a total number of 69 posts. So I think suffice to say that in terms of the mitigations that we have for all the circulars, the previous one and the current financial year, we have got a project plan that we monitor on monthly basis. It has got timeline that we should have filled all our vacancies by November in terms of following that project plan. In terms of the investment conferences for the last 5 years, towards the 5th installation in November last year, we have accumulated 452 billion pledges. We have implemented on the ground 71 billion of that total, which constitutes 15.7%, and it has created 23,000 jobs, 968. Now, when we were doing the analysis in terms of the slow implementation of these pledges, we came to two conclusions. The larger proportion of these investments are in the SEZs, and the SEZs are in the building state or phase, and therefore the commitment to investment certainly follows after the building of the bulk infrastructure when the top infrastructure is built. Secondly, we have realized that there is a larger proportion of investments in the energy sector that requires planning, which might be multi-year. And then lastly, the extractive industries. Now, as a provincial government, to ensure that there are mechanisms to fast-track the implementation, there is a clearance house of technical people, HODs, as well as interministerial, where the process starts with a workshop with those who have pledged over the years to understand what is it that remains their bottlenecks. And in many cases, we realize that the bottleneck or enabling is the government, because it is going to do with electricity, water, roads, and stuff like that. And we bring together the entities of government, both provincial and national, and municipalities, so that we can clear those bottlenecks. We have already had 2 workshops, one with those who are pledging for the energy sector, given that they've got a larger proportion of 94 billion of the total, and other sectors are following periodically in terms of the workshop to clear. We hope and believe that at some stage, 6 months down the line, this can lead to the improvement towards the implementation of the pledges. I must also touch on the issue of support for military veterans and people with disabilities. It is true that year on year, we have shown that our support was negligible, and we have started to build mechanisms to understand what could be the problem. And the first problem it could be, which we found, is that the profiles that they might have in terms of their business in the CSD might not necessarily fit the opportunities that are created by sector departments and entities, but in particular sector departments. And through our enterprise development chief directorate, we are making sure that we engage the owners of this profile so that we can assist them for synchronization. In terms of our own government support for enterprise development for the targeted group, we had had a challenge for almost 3 years, ever since the SCOPA resolution that indicated that LEDA should be self-sustainable, to the extent that we never had any budget towards enterprise development, except this current financial year we received 10 billion. And this 10 billion, we have divided it into the support, which is non-financial, which is empowerment, market access and other soft and technical skills. And then we also provide vouchers in terms of the working tools and means of production for those who have been identified, trained. And I also understand that, of course, there are lackings, as alluded by Honorable Maringa, in terms of the market access. But overall, in South Africa, there is always a challenge around supplier development and linking with big sectors, whether it is mining. But I think that before we blame other people, we must talk about ourselves, because the government is a market. 20% of the economy is the government, and it provides goods and services. 7 billion on annual basis for infrastructure, and goods and services, other billions. So that's why we had said that instead of having departments individualized dealing with these challenges, Economic Development Department being the leader of economic cluster, we are engaging other sector departments so that we can see how we can provide market access. And if you look at some of the example and the past experience, you could understand why even some of the initiatives of our entities have failed. For example, the bushes that you are to find in Chivase tea estate is as a result that no one in government drink that tea, whereas the government is a bigger market with hospitals, schools, but we were not able to create a contract that will sustain. So it's similar market issues that perturb entrepreneurs, that even though they have been supported, non-financial and financial, when they produce the wares, they can't have market access. So I suppose that the government should start first before we demand to be in the space of the shelves of retail. But that is not to say that we are not dealing with it. We are certainly dealing with that of engaging retail to get spaces for our entrepreneurs. And another market access that we don't report about it is the issue of export development and access to foreign markets. Through our twinning agreement in terms of economic diplomacy, we have twinning agreements with 3 provinces in Zimbabwe, 4 provinces in Namibia, 1 province, Gaza, in Mozambique, and 3 provinces in China, 1 province in Russia. So with provincial-led mission, we make sure that we take our entrepreneurs so that they can go and display and network. And secondly, we take advantage of the links with national government, incentives, pavilions, and outbound mission so that they can benefit of Limpopo. And I think that report in terms of market access and the support that we create is something that we will have to bring forth to the committee. On job creation, I have indicated that it is coordinated at LEDET for LEDET and entities. That is job creation by government. We will submit a report in terms of quarter-on-quarter analysis of job creation, which is something that we are impressing upon all other provincial departments, in particular the economic cluster, so that we can track the jobs, direct, indirect, and induce jobs or opportunities that are created in terms of that. I just want to check if I've not missed anything. Honorable Mnisi indicated that this male dominance must fall. We believe that, certainly. Of course, when you just look at our equity in terms of SMS, it is low because it's hovering at 41, 43. And it is not because we have not taken decisions to make equity. And I think it is in a statement that he says people resign and we struggle to fill it with the women. and one of the things that we have done ourselves internally, which is not a legislative prescript, we had said that all the program managers within our branches should identify and make sure that out of all those vacancies that we have advertised, one, we must privilege females for equity, not only on SMS, but across the level. And certainly to ensure that we feel to fulfill the targets in terms of people with disabilities. So now with the project or the program that we have created, the project milestones to fill on all our vacancies, we certainly hope that will change that situation. So we will gradually move there. I'm not promising that we'll go to 50%. It is our ambition, but we'll try as much as certainly we can. The chairperson asked about job creation. No, not job creation. Yeah, in the bigger market of the statistics that are released by South Africa, of the presentation that was made by DDG in the first two slides. I think it's quite important to indicate that as a department, there are few interventions that we can make to the private sector to sustain the jobs that they've already released. Because in most cases, we know when the people have already left. Except for a company like Venetia, which has planned its intention that because the market for the diamonds is very bad because of implosion of artificial diamonds, and that they are likely to lay off almost 90% of the staff. But in some instances, we study it from Statistics South Africa. While in our interaction with the private sector, there's always a communication either through the MEC as well as the Premier that we must make sure that we sustain jobs. Before any entity, a private entity attempts to do either a Section 189 of LRA, we must have done all we can to sustain those jobs. And that's what we do. But also there is this thing that many people do not believe in, that in each and every fourth quarter of every year, you will see that construction, there will be lots of jobs. Agriculture, there will be lots of jobs. And in some cases, tourism. And if you look, you'll realize that those were work opportunities that are seasonal, that some of them you recover them in the first quarter, which is January to March of any new financial year. That situation is a situation that you might not likely to carry. So our main occupation as the department that deals with economic development in the main and industrialization is to say that we must reduce the minimum number of jobs that are lost. So in this case, no one can be able to say that out of 1.555 and reducing it by 3,000 odd is a little number, but it's a number that we cry about, that we say that we should fight to sustain that number. And having said that, I must indicate, Honorable Maringa, that it is true, ever since that proclamation by the President around the registration of spaza shop and the monitoring activities of government, which was organized at Coxstar level, I think there's been a reduction in activities towards monitoring and enforcement across. So you could be true to say that we are too reactive in terms of these matters. So what we are now looking at is to say that these operations around the registration and enforcement be planned activities, because if you have 7,000 businesses that are registered in your own database as a government, it will be fruitless, of course, to just do one enforcement activity per year. You rather make sure that you divide that number on quarterly basis and you go there. The only challenge is that you must have all the establishment of law enforcement and departments. For example, it's difficult if in the absence of Home Affairs for you to deal with immigration issues, even if you are a team that has got police. So that's why we've always made sure that interdepartmentally at a provincial level, we work with Coxstar, everybody else, and Home Affairs. So I think that it is just the need to intensify such. And I think that earlier we had reported about in the resolution tracker about the initiative by the Premier and the MEC and the Executive Council to interact with traditional leaders so that we can understand why there is a difficulty in implementing spatial development framework and SPLUMA in particular. As you can allude to, from your village to my village, none of us who come from a traditional authority decide which space become trading. It comes from the traditional authority, then they decide. And you'll realize that in terms of the municipality planning, they will have thought that that is the space for something else. And because there is no interfacing, it is a challenge. The decisions of the traditional leaders as well as municipalities. So that interaction, that interfacing by the provincial government is to try to bring those together so that it is easier. Lastly, on the issue of the budgets, actually the performance in terms of community tourism project chairperson. The mandate of tourism, the way it is practiced is that the department is responsible for tourism development, which is infrastructure and policy development, LTA destination marketing. Whereas we have done very, very well to budget for destination marketing at LTA, including introducing Program 5 for a promotion of tourism and investment. We had struggled to get to be budgeted for the departmental work around tourism development, in particular infrastructure. And I can tell you that on average, the department receives around 13 million for that. And the larger proportion for it is earmarked for Marula Festival. So that leaves us with very, very, very little. And it is our argument that when we do submission in terms of the MTech hearing for budget, when we engage provincial treasury, they normally do not support expansion of the baseline, but we are saying that as the Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism, we believe that our funding receipts are far lower than other provincial government. And therefore, there are programs such as tourism development that we must cater for. But it is a discussion, of course, that we are submitting for MTech hearings that are starting as well as budget adjustment. Honorable MC, before I conclude, perhaps I should find out from the CFO if there are matters around expenditure and budget, DDG law, and around some of the matters on environment that could have been asked that they want to respond to.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The one that was not covered is the one on the boards, because it must be it must be responded to by the appointing authority. I requested them just to put an advert, which is out now in the newspapers. I don't know as to whether they were able to capture it on the vacancies of LEDA, so that we can just use it as an example. But I must indicate, Chair, I don't know whether I will be speaking while they're busy downloading it. There is an advert that we have put out on LEDA because there are vacancies in LEDA as we speak. So you must not be surprised when we come back, you see there are two new faces. Two new faces. And the other unfortunate part, Chairperson and members of the portfolio, is that of all these resignations, HOD, if we were to look at them, most of them are women who are resigning in all these boards. And where there are vacancies, we always make sure that when it is a woman that resigned, we try and replace with another woman, unless we could not get an expertise in that regard. The boards, we advertise them on national and local newspaper. We get one advert at national and one at local. Like this one of LEDA, it is at national and local, because the likelihood with LEDA, while we have got one vacancy, the likelihood, HOD, is that by month's end, we might have another vacancy of the member who will be leaving LEDA. What do we do when we receive a vacancy? Let me be practical and give an example of LEDA. We do an advert like that one. Usually, a person who have resigned would have been in a certain committee. Let me give an example. If that person is in BARC committee of LEDA, BARC deals with audit and the like. It means we need a replacement of a person with either a chartered accountant with skills in relation to that. If it is a person who was dealing with legal issues and HR and other, that is the advert, that it might not be very visible there. This advert is closing on the 15th of August. It is out there. Maybe by end of this week, we might also put out an advert for Fitahomu towards SEZ as well. We will put it out in the national as well as the local newspapers. What we look for, the criteria for applicants, for LEDA, we are looking for people in the fields of mining, business management, transport and logistics, marketing, law, financial services, economics, entrepreneurship, financial management, housing development, looking at the entity. So it will be different because it is in line with the LEDA Act. When we are advertising for Limpopo tourism, we'll be looking for people in marketing and all that, but also we must have people in financial management as well as the law. In LGB, like that. So if it is Fitahomu towards, the advert will also then look at the issues around mining, mineral beneficiation. But for a complete board to happen, you must have all these elements: financial management, law, economics, business, management. We advertise them for 20 days. And after advertisement, when they close, we put a panel. The panel is composed of MEC, if it is in LEDET, because we also have ones in GAL. If it is in LEDET, it's a board of LEDET, you need MECs that are in the economic cluster to be part of the panel that selects the board. If it is in GAL, it is also still in economic cluster. It means I will also be part of that select committee. But we also have technical people, which will be our HODs, supporting us in that regard. After the selection, the final appointer or the final appointing authority is not the MEC, is the Executive Council. So any board, through having done all the selection process, shortlisting and all that, they then will go to EXCO to appoint. If it is leader, even if it is a vacancy of one person, it must also follow the same even if it is two, it must follow the same process. If it is LTA, is a new board, it will also then follow the same process. It is a very transparent process that we undergo, and we don't only appoint. Usually we appoint and put reserves. if a board requires 9 people, for example, you would want to put a reserve of 6 or 5 in different criterias, which is finance, law, and so that if it requires that, you can always look at the reserve list that you still have, because these adverts are there for the period of 5 years. They are there. But I think I might have covered. If I have left something, we can put that in writing, Chairperson, in terms of the boards and how we follow the process. But that will be the advert that we do. What I think we should do from the department side is that when we put up the advert, we must share with your team so that even the portfolio committee can then have access to that. I think it's one gray area that we did not do. So if it is an advert like that of LEDA, at least through Office of Marabi, we can also then share. The one that we'll put out for Fita Home towards, because it is now designated as an SEZ, it is going to go out in the advert. I'm sure HOD by the end of this week or next week. When it goes out, we'll also then share with the portfolio committee. The other thing that will also assist us is that when EXCO has finalized the appointment, we also then share the appointments that have been done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. At least you have empowered us. We wanted to understand because really, hey, vingi vongo. So we don't understand what's happening. No, thank you very much. Yeah, honorable members, do you still have anything? No, thank you very much. Honorable MEC and your entourage, before we come to the end of our meeting, we have some recommendations from the committee. You don't have to write, I think they will send it to you. I'll just read it faster than the... All right, no, it's fine, it's fine. For LEDET, the department should provide report on the implementation status and the socio-economic impact of the industrialization programs, investment commitment, and enterprises development initiatives. Second one, the department should provide report on the under expenditure of by the end of Q4 and indicate on how the under expenditure will be managed. The department should also strengthen expenditure planning and produce delays in project implementations. The department should implement a targeted program to empower and capacitate business so that they can meet the selection criteria on both financial and can you just read and finish? I'm on bullet number 3. I'm on bullet number 3. This one.
Bullet number 3 reads as follows. The department should implement a targeted program to empower and capacitate businesses so that they can meet the selection criteria for both financial and non-financial support by the LEDET and other institutions, as well as to be able to respond to requests for quotations during the procurement processes. All those recommendations will be sent to the department as soon as possible. The department to be able to respond to the request for quotation during procurement processes. Okay. Number 4, the department should continue to capacitate the targeted, previously disadvantaged group, especially the enterprise owned by military veterans, as well as people with disabilities, to be able to benefit from the government procurement processes. The department should develop targeted intervention to increase employment opportunities across all economic sectors, and quarterly reports should be provided indicating the number, location, and sustainability of jobs created through the departmental programs. The department should accelerate the implementation of the community tourism-owned initiatives. The department should provide regular progress report on the infrastructure development in state-owned nature reserves, as well as on the commercialization of the provincial tourism facilities. The promotion of tourism should be balanced with the biodiversity conservation. The last for LEDET, the department should develop and implement comprehensive improvement plan to ensure that all provincial nature reserves achieve the required management effectiveness tracking tool, METT standard. For LTA reads as follows. The entity should continue to prioritize its mandate and attract tourists from domestic and international market into Limpopo to enhance economic growth. Future quarterly reports should include measurable economic impact indicators for all marketing campaigns, tourism events, trade promotion activities, and investment initiatives. This should include tourist arrivals, visitor expenditure, investment secured, jobs created, business opportunities generated, and return on investment. The LTA should continue intensifying destination marketing initiatives aimed at increasing both domestic and international tourist arrivals, particularly targeting high-value markets that contribute significantly to tourism expenditure and employment. Regular compliance monitoring and beneficiaries and partners should be implemented to avoid delays in payments and under expenditure. The entity should strengthen supplier development programs aimed at increasing procurement from enterprises owned by people with disabilities and military veterans. This should include supplier databases, outreach programs, procurement readiness training, and collaboration with relevant provincial departments. The LTA should provide detailed information on supported tourism enterprises, including the nature of assistance provided, ownership profits, location, value of support, and measurable business outcomes. The LTA should improve quarterly performance. Okay. The last one, LTA recommendation, reads as follows. The entity should continue prioritizing the promotion of state-owned nature reserves, the Kruger National Park, UNESCO Biospheres Reserves, World Heritage Sites, and other flagship tourism attractions as key drivers of tourism growth and Investment in Limpopo. For LGB, the entity should submit comprehensive report on all licensed gambling establishments, indicating operational status, reasons for non-operation where applicable, and plans to organize dormant license facilities. LGB should provide quarterly progress report on illegal gambling investigations, prosecutions, convictions, confiscated gambling machines, and collaboration with SAPS, Crime Intelligence and National Prosecuting Authority. The entity should develop and present a comprehensive strategy to address the rapid growth of online gambling, including proposed legislative amendments and regulatory interventions. Detailed analysis of the industry should be provided. The LGB should submit an implementation plan to improve procurement opportunities for youth-owned businesses, businesses owned by persons with disabilities, and military veterans, together with measurable annual targets. The LGB should provide a detailed analysis of the decline in casino and horse racing levies, including the impact of operator closures and machines reductions on future provincial revenue. The LGB should continue strengthening partnership with law enforcement agencies to improve enforcement outcomes against illegal gambling operators.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. These were the recommendations from the committee to you. And thank you very much. And I think you're still coming back for the last. We'll just go for lunch. So, yeah, we have come to the end of this meeting, and we still say men must fall. So can you just take can we take 30 minutes break? Is it fine? Yeah, 30 minutes break, then we come back. Yeah, we are left with one. Yeah. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned for You are patient. But it was good because you must be here because your boss is here. The MEC is here, so all of you, all the department must be here. Okay, no, thank you, Honorable MEC, honorable members. Good afternoon once more. Hopefully your presentations are ready because we don't want to waste time. And I just want to check with Honorable MEC, who's going to start?
It has been a long day, Chairperson.
Now, Honorable MEC, honorable members, we have other challenges, so we have decided to postpone the meeting, the leader. So you can go and prepare more. Then they will give you another date because we don't want to take chance. We don't have enough time. Honorable MEC has other things to do. So we just find her, no, we are not going to make it because, you know, with you guys at LEDA, you have a lot. So we don't want to just at the top and then leave it as it is. We need to be, you know, go deeper. We need to go deeper. So we don't want to take chance. So let us tshwarela bagesho. Things happen. Must just say, then for sure you'll take your reports and make sure that you add where you didn't finish, do the right thing, because when you come here, when we hit the road, it will be the day for you only. We are not going to call any other entity. It will be only you. So you'll be...
to sign the attendant register today.
What? Oh, okay. Okay. I think that is that, and the coordinator said you need to sign the attendant register before you leave. And thank you very much for your patience, and God bless you. Ke rata dipelo tša lena. Ke rata le kgotlelelo ya lena.
We will update the report, Chairperson. We'll update the report.
Yeah,
and
if you can update the report, and then you'll be given another date. Otherwise, you are going to leave here at 1 o'clock. We'll be scoper. So we don't want that. You know, people are exhausted. They're exhausted since this morning, and this travel department of LEDA is gonna. Hey, I don't know. So let's not take chance. So thank you very much, honorable members, honorable MEC. Thank you very much, and safe journey wherever you're going. Till we meet again very soon. Yeah, you